I'm here. I need to mute that. Hi, everyone. Have you got enough of my... There we go. As you can see, I'm living in a world of boxes. I'm in the middle of a project here. What do you think? Can you tell what it is yet? Hi, if you're not new... No, if you are new. Yeah, if you are new, then welcome. Let me just... I need to make the lighting more dramatic. There you go. It looks more professional. Just no, it doesn't look any better. Oh well. But I've also realised I didn't close my cleaner. So there we are. Welcome to my office. I am in a world of boxes, as always. Can anyone tell what this one is? Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't talk about that. I wonder, am I breaking any NDAs by showing you the box? Don't know. Don't tell any Cubic. We will discuss it lightly today. It's going to be a little bit weird. What is today about? Well, I've done this every Black Friday for the last few years. It's one of the benefits of working for yourself. You get to sit at home and go through the deals. And I figured why not do it with you guys, because that does two things. One, it means I can see what the deals are on the day and make direct recommendations. Two, you can click my affiliate links, I earn money. So technically, yes, I am at work, but it also means I get to hang out with you lovely lot and talk about some wonderful things together. We cover a lot. We go over the printers, the last year, what's upcoming, what my ideas are for the channel. I tend to have somewhere about halfway through a bit of an emotional breakdown and use you guys as my personal therapists. But hey-oh, you are my only work friends, all of you. Like this is... It's a lonely gig doing this. Thankfully, though, I am a practiced loner. You know, one of those introvert kind of people. And if you're sat here on a Friday, probably when you should be at work, or maybe if you're in a different country, this is your Friday morning, Friday evening. If you're sat here watching me on a live stream, you probably have a similar mindset, let's be fair. So... Right, let's have a look at some comments and then we'll go through some stuff. Let's have a look. Right, 1 second. Right, I'll tell you what I'm in the middle of in a sec. It's any cubic related. Sorry, guys. Okay, I'm going to turn that off. So, what that is, that's a discussion with any cubic. I'm always straight with you guys. Oh, yeah. No, not cherry reds. They're whatever the green ones are on the Razer M7. Absolutely love it. So, did I get a chance to check out the new stuff from Jason and the guys at Monument Hobbies? Did you see their new speed paints? I didn't, no, because I fell asleep as soon as we were in thingy last night. I'm just going to ignore the chat for a minute. I'm going to share with you some drama, and I need to check my YouTuber privilege here, and I need you guys to put me in check, because when I started this gig, I've met a few YouTubers around at conventions and things like that, and you know, I'm like a lot of people I meet. Like, if there's somebody who I've followed and admired, I'm not saying that you admire me. Christ, that isn't what I need putting in check. I know I'm at like this tier, but the point I'm making is, like, I've met people and I've, like, you know when they say never meet your heroes, and I've met a few people who I've just loved online. They've been fantastic, great presence, good energy, and I've met them in person, and I've just been there like, utter prick. What an utter prick. You know when they say don't meet your heroes? Yeah, I've had that experience a few times, and I'm sure many of us have. Um, but because of that, I said to a friend, and it wasn't just me at the time. Like, it was me and somebody else there at the time, and we both went, wow, they were a prick, weren't they? And then it's happened again and again. So I do feel validated in my assessment that this person was a prick. May have been busy, but then it happened on another occasion, and blah blah. So we've all had that experience. But because of that, I've always been very conscious to go, don't ever be that arrogant. Don't ever act. Because at the end of the day, if you are, I feel, if you're a YouTuber, unless you're Mr. Beast or you've got millions of followers, then don't walk around acting like you're Billy Big Bollocks. At the end of the day, you're a B tier fucking celebrity. You're a D tier celebrity, and that's how I've always wanted to position myself. I told you. You can hear me twice. Why can you hear me twice? Hang on. So we've all had that experience. I think that will have stopped it. Brilliant, thank you, Wirehead. I knew you'd validate it. This is, I told you, we'll get onto this. We will talk about 3D printers, but this is my chance to interact with you guys. So again, sorry about that. I turned my volume down. So when you set up a stream, you can set up a stream so it records my audio and the desktop audio. And I'm also watching the live video at the same time you're watching it, but I could hear it, so I turned the volume down on my computer, but not the volume down on the video, so you can hear my desktop audio. Sorry. I don't do these often. There is a reason why I confine myself to scripts. Anyway, what we were talking about, I need a privilege check, and I need you to put me in check with any cubic, because I feel like I'm being a bit of a prima donna. And I'm trying not to react, but I'm again, I'm very open with you guys about how all this works to the level I can be because of NDAs and stuff like that that restrict me. So yeah, so I've met a few YouTubers who act like, oh my god, I'm amazing. At the same time, I want to shout out some really nice people. Emil Squidmar, fucking lovely bloke. John Ninus, again, really nice guy. Nicer after a few drinks. Really good guy. I'm trying to think of who else we've met. Obviously, I know the guys from the painting phase, Pat and Jeff, both lovely people, really nice people. So yeah, there are wonderful people. Byron, Artist Opus, all great people. So Ninjon is hilarious. He's just a bloke. Like, he doesn't act like it's the people who act like, yes, I'm such and such. I have seen a YouTuber, and in our hobby space, when somebody walked up to them and said, hi, like this person, you could tell they were nervous. They were nervous. And they walked up to this YouTuber who was having a conversation with another YouTuber, and they said, hi, I really like your channel. And this YouTuber put their hand on this fan's chest, like not push them away, but like move them back, and went, didn't even look up, like on their phone trying to sort something out, and went, I'll get to you in a minute, mate, I'm just in the middle of sorting something. Yeah, and that was just one of multiple things. So stuff like that. Anyway, so because I've had experiences like this, and you walk away thinking, wow, these nice people are pricks, I've always been like, and I said to my mate at the time who witnessed it, if I ever act like that, fucking slap me in the face. I'm not naming and shaming anyone, it's not happening. But yeah, and it's not, don't process of elimination like, ooh, who's he met and who's he got thingies with, like Guy Midwinter, lovely, absolutely lovely to me, really nice. I went down, met him for a couple of days, spent some time with him, getting him set up, 3D printed. I wanted some thingy. He hosted me in his home, really nice. We played Hero Quest. We had a laugh. His friends and little plastic people guy Steve, lovely bloke, all nice people. So there you go. But yeah, so I've always been like, don't be a prick. But then, so Anycubic and the P1. So I'm in this drama at the moment, and that's why I went silent, because I'm literally having the live chat with them, and yeah, I've just clicked it again. I'm not gonna look. I'm having a live chat with them. So the way I work, dead easy. The way YouTube mostly works, I've been really clear about this, is you partner with companies and you offer to do a promotional video, and they pay you an amount of money, normally based on your demographic, amount of followers, and average views. I have never done that. I say I've never done that. I've done a couple of promotional videos where I've gone, this is promotion right at the beginning. I'm getting paid to talk about what this is, and things like the sometimes people would assume the wrong ones. The Anycubic GK3 Ultra wasn't paid for that. I just begged them. I said, because I wanted like exclusive content, I said, please, like, we've done so well with the GK2, when you do your next printer, can I do the exclusive reveal? And we did that, and that kind of, they screwed over another channel because they promised him as well the same time, and we argued and stuff like that, and it was not me and the creator. But yeah, so Anycubic at the moment, no, we'll get to that. So the way I earn is, I don't do the sponsored stuff. I don't do pay me money to promote your machine. Yes, I get the machines for free, but other than those two sat over there and I swap them out, typically once I'm done with the machine, it goes to storage until I go, I'm never going to use this, I can't get rid of it, I can't sell it, and they go to John Pye auctions. That's happened once, and I did a video about it. So the way I earn is, I want to be able to have full creative control over my videos, say what I think, even if people disagree with me. And the whole point of this is, I want to be able to be honest with you. Did I just say Anycubic GK? I meant Uniformation. Sorry guys, I'm tired, and this is my first coffee of the day, and it's still, you can see it there. So the way I earn is, I go, you send me the printer. Yep, brilliant. If I can use it afterwards, even better, that's a bonus. There's my benefit. But the way I earn is, people take my advice, they click my affiliate link, make a purchase, I earn a commission. Typically 5%. The way commission structures work is, if you do well with a company, you can request a higher rate. Some companies do that, some don't. It's one of the reasons why companies don't like you being overt with what you can earn from them, because they will probably have dozens, if not hundreds, of creators, all on different levels and different tiers and things like that. So there are a few that let you flex it. There are a few that are standard. There are a few that are higher than others. I take the increase as a bonus. Yay, brilliant. But it's not an incentive to push this one more or push this one harder, because the second I start doing that is the second you stop trusting me, and then as soon as you stop trusting me because I've sold out for something, this channel is dead. I accept that. So Anycubic have got the P1 out right now, and yeah, scaled return for different creators, exactly that. And you get the same deal with different PC part makers. It might be that, obviously all the graphics cards are made by Nvidia, but the OEM manufacturers might push higher or lower depending on their own chipsets and blah blah. So Anycubic at the moment want us to promote the P1, but I'm under NDA. I can't talk to you about the P1. I can't tell you anything beyond what I saw. At Form Next. So, sorry. Yeah. So, and I'm not allowed to tell you anything until the 19th of December. Oh, that's just stopped. Let's play that again. So I'm not allowed to tell you anything until the 19th of December. Meanwhile, you've got people out there going, this is new, this is new, this is new. And fine, if that's the model you want to run, absolutely fine. There are things I want to tell people about this printer before they go ahead and make a pre-order. It looks, I will say, from what I know at Form Next, it looks amazing. Now, the dual VAT thing, I think, is stupid, and I don't, like, hardly anyone's going to use it. Yeah, 19th of December, yeah. So that's when I can tell you about it. Now, I don't know when the campaign starts and ends. That's why I paused a minute ago to ask my contact the question and say, when does it start and end? This is about the 5th time I've asked. They haven't even sent me the dates. So I don't know whether it starts on the 19th. I don't know whether you can pre-order, like, because there's the early pre-order at the moment. And I want to turn around and say to people, hey, this is what you can and can't do. But because of an NDA, or at the very least the risk of, if I break that reveal date, they'll stop working with me. And yes, I do need them to work with me so I can get the content out in time for you in the future. But my issue is the people are pre-ordering them, and the only way I earn on this channel, bar views, is commissions. Because they're offering a $10 pre-order, I earn 50 cents commission on every pre-order. They don't, it's going to be on Kickstarter, they don't track, and I won't then earn the commission on the full sale from Kickstarter. Am I being a bitchy prima donna for complaining at them about that? I honestly don't know at this point, because I am grateful for everything I earn, but then at the same time I'm like, I'm working for you. I am actually and actively working for you, and I'm respectfully, I'm not getting my side of the deal. And this isn't just me, this is all of the creators. So I've gone back to them and said, like, you need to do, like, you need to sort this. Like, surely you need to, yeah, that's the thing. So I don't know, like, am I being bitchy because I'm complaining at them, hey, I'm not getting paid by you for what I've earned. Now, that being said, I'm gonna be honest with it, it looks good. Everything I say here is purely related to what I have seen of it at Form Next. Bear in mind, there's the box, the printer's sat over there. I won't be baited. Thank you, guys. I really needed that validation. I told you, this channel is my personal therapy. So good. I will go back and I'll say to her, look, I've mentioned this on Livestream, and my followers are very much like, hey, you might want to sort this out. But yeah, thank you. I want to share my opinion. I think it looks great. I think it looks great. There are a couple of questions that have been raised around a couple of the elements and how they work. In relation to, oh god, I'm talking in fucking cryptic code. People have asked me about the screen replacement process and whether or not the wavy texture on the plate affect the prints, or whether the springs affect the prints, and what the screen replacement process is. I can't talk to you about any of that because I didn't obviously test the resolution at Form Next. I didn't do any of the stuff around the springs and testing prints, and I also didn't ask at the time about the screen replacement process. I will, however, say go and watch the M7 videos that I've done, and go and watch my Form Labs Form 4 video, because those have the same elements, and that will pretty much answer both of those questions. You can infer from what we've seen in other machines doing the same, using very much the same hardware. Hope that helps. Yeah, so that's about it. Right, let's do some questions. No, Thanks, Wirehead. That is exactly what I thought. I do put a lot into these. Like, I will spend 2 weeks printing with this solid every day, and I'm talking weekends. Well, I'm away on Sunday, but weekends too. I will put this through its paces. We've then got it like the filming, the editing, the overheads for cameras, like all of these things. They cost money. It's crazy, but yeah. I would expect a new plate design. We've had 0 issues in the last year, and it runs a lot. Don't know. No one's atting me, so I don't know who's talking what. Opinion on the Cobra S1 combo for €400. Let's do that. Let's jump into some price comparisons. Let me add a new tab. I've got to be careful here because I'll go to Anycubic. Anycubic, there we go. And we'll F12 this. F11, sorry, not F12. Anycubic UK. So, go back to the video chat, wherever that went. I've lost the video chat, there it is. And what's the other thing we need to do? Yeah, I need to full screen it. Oh, that's what we need to do, is swap this over so you can actually see it rather than it being in a tiny little window. There we go, how's that? Right, Cobra S1 combo, 419. I think you can get a discount on that as well, I'm not sure. The Cobra S1 is fine. Whenever I look at a printer, I go, okay, that's fine. What can we compare it to? So we've got 250 build volume. And if I give you recommendations here, by the way, guys, if anyone wants me to answer a question, then please at me. Otherwise, I'm gonna miss it. Right. So whenever anyone asks me about a printer, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine. What can we compare it to? And I would honestly look at this. We've got the Centauri Carbon. I think that's a write-off for a lot of people at the moment. It's a good price, but I think unless you want a single colour enclosed printer, I think the fact that they kind of revealed the follow-up before revealing the promised colour changer has frustrated a lot of people, and what they've shown on the Centauri Carbon 2 isn't even an enclosed unit. It's like a side mount, respectfully shittier thing. So the thing with Anycubic is they're mid-tier, so you could get an S1 combo, it could be fine, it could be shit, it could be fine for a bit and then become shit. So it's kind of in there, and you are paying for that. You are paying that amount of money, and that is what you're gonna get. So Cobra S1 combo, the things I care about, with the combo obviously comes with the ACE, not the ACE2, so the heater in there, for example, it does dry out your filament, but then it keeps the moisture locked in the chamber. Let's have a look at a competitor. Okay, I just got confirmation. Anycubic is going to start. Oh crap! I don't know if I can say when it's going to start, but yeah, I'm not allowed to put my video out until the campaign starts. So all these pre-orders I'm generating for Anycubic, I get 50 cents for instead of, yeah. Right, let's have a look. So equally, we've got the K2 combo. It's got this doesn't have a heater, but it's got a nicer readout. I think this is a nicer unit than the ACE. It's a bit louder. This has a 260mm build volume, and the price of that, okay, it's a lot higher at 489. So let's have a look at another one. How much is it going to cost you for one that's more reliable? Let's just get rid of these. 11. This isn't working. Bamboo, Bamboo. So what's an equivalent? Bamboo P1S. 329, but what's the combo? P1S combo 469 versus 419. Find the 50 quid. I don't know, sell something. Find the that's 2.5 rolls of filament. Find the 50 quid, get that. You've got a more reliable machine. You've got, what's the build volume? You've got a slightly bigger build volume, not that it's going to matter, but the consistency around this is just there. So, yeah. Find the 50 quid. For the quality difference, get the P1S. Get the P1S as soon as you can. Assuming it's in stock. Oh, fucking Coopert. Add to cart. Yeah, it looks like it. So yeah, add to cart. Just get that. Yeah? Yeah, check under couch cushions. Wait, you know, put it on a credit card for 50 quid. But yeah, right, we'll go back up. Takes me a long time to answer questions. Do I think Elegoo will forget the auto leveling for next gen printers? I really like the Saturn 4, but feel like that plate design is not the best and want to wait until the Saturn 5. Having seen the Jupiter 2, the build plate on that is very similar to what we've got on the Uniformation printers. I desperately hope that is something that they take on board and actually, yeah, do and keep with that newer design on the Jupiter. Okay, next one. Bradward says, looking to get into resin printed, like the idea of HeyGears. I've seen you dislike their cleaning station. Which cleaning station would you recommend? Love your content, by the way. I had to read that last bit out because it makes me feel all warm inside. I'd just get honestly, get the Anycubic one or get the Elegoo one. I think the Elegoo Mercury is cheap enough. My favourite one is still the Uniformation Wash and Cure. Or not the Cure. Well, the Cure's fine. But in all seriousness, I just think it's stupid. The HeyGears one, shaking stuff around. I have had, I don't know if you can see it back here, there sort of thing, that silveriness. That is my Uniformation ultrasonic cleaner, and I have had that since the day I got it, and I've not used anything else. The risk with ultrasonic cleaners, the concern is it can cause vapors and stuff like that. You can get ones specifically for methylated spirits, isopropanol, but they're thousands of pounds because they're a pressure sealed chamber. They've got a chemical in there to convert the gas to make it inert, various stuff like that. So I believe this one is underpowered to prevent any off-gassing, or at least reduce the off-gassing, and it doesn't get as hot. So long as you're not running it continuously, I've had no issues with that. It's my absolute favourite for wash, for cure, anything. Honestly, anything. You've got Anycubic or Elegoo. They're both fine. They're cheap. They'll work until they die. And then you've got, sorry to swear at you, then you've also got the frozen ones, which I think are better built, better made, better hardware components, but more expensive. Hope that helps, Bradward. What other good, at least 31 by 31 centimetre print bed sizes are there that are not 1K or more? Good. The problem with good is, how do you define good? I still stand by Bamboo's build quality because they haven't let me down once, not once, in terms of build quality. Meanwhile, all of these other brands, Creality, Anycubic, Elegoo, mainly have had some quality issues. Chiditech, for example, are a brand that, from what I understand, some of their Q4s, I think, I got one and sent it back, were catching fire. They even started to burn out in some regions because of the voltage. And when I confronted them on it, they went, "Oh yeah, don't worry about that. You don't need to talk about that." I'm like, "Whoa, fucking hell!" And this was in the middle of my. For those who don't know, I went through like a bout of fucking 3 months severe depression at the beginning of the year. It happens. So I'm not trying to. It's not a pity thing. I'm just saying it happens because I want to try and normalise it. I'm sure it'll happen again at some point in my life, but this is what occurs when you spend all day locked in a dark room with no colleagues or anyone around you, no sunlight, no vitamin D, and you get burnout. It happens anyway. So yeah, there we go. I've lost it, but yeah. So as for good, the only ones I like around that size are, I do like the Creality K2, but again, it's one that will work until it doesn't. You might be pulling your hair out, you might get lucky. For as many people that tell me Creality and Anycubic and Elegoo are crap, I have just as many people telling me, oh, I've got one and it works great. It's the risk you take with mid-tier. So yeah, other than the H2, you haven't got anything around 310 or larger in quality size. Yeah. Would I recommend the P1S or the Centauri Carbon FDM printer? I would recommend the P1S easily. Sorry, my compressor's just kicked in. Easily the P1S if you can stretch to that budget. It's crazy. The quality difference, but then you've also got the add-ons like the AMS. If you just want a single color printer that just works and does the job, and you don't mind manually feeding in the filament every time you need to change it, save yourself some money and get a carbon. But just know that again, you're getting a mid-tier printer, and then yeah, you're getting a mid-tier printer. You'll probably get a good one, you might not. Elegoo aren't an FDM brand, they're a resin brand. They're selling FDM machines off their name, and their method of colour changing that is coming is just fucking weak sauce compared to the hotness that is an enclosed AMS unit. Yeah. Would I recommend HeyGears for budget engineering applications, or look at no lock-in printers? Easy workflow with HeyGears, but no customizable settings for industrial resins. It really depends, FCD 200, what you want. When you say engineering applications, it depends what they are. Are you looking at material properties first, and then going, right, we need something that can print that has those material properties, and get the printer with it, in which case you're looking at HeyGears, you're looking at Formlabs? Or are you happy to take a consumer printer, something like the GK3 Pro maybe has a 385 nanometer light source rather than 405, but again, you've got to work out how to get those resins working. And some resins, just as I learned at Formnext, there are some resins, there are two-part resins that you actually put in a vat. You have to be able to print fast enough, because they're like the elastomer resins, and if you don't print fast enough, they harden in the vat. Absolutely crazy. So something like that, you need an industrial level printer. I think HeyGears are great. I think the HeyGears original Reflex and RS are both incredibly well built printers. Did you notice I caught myself there before I just said HeyGears as a whole? I don't like the Reflex 2. I don't like the cheapness of it. I don't think you can go backwards. I think once you come out the gate and we are the premium brand, you can't go, here's a new printer, we invested loads in the light source, but we put a little shitty plastic cover over the wiper arm. Which, by the way, after we pointed out that wiper arm during a print risks throwing resin out the vat, they've disabled it during a print, unless it's a really thick resin. So that wiper arm that evenly distributes heat between the print and keeps it warm left and right is now disabled during prints. It still heats, but it heats from one side. So it's not heating around the vat evenly, or trying to evenly heat it from the edges. It heats it from the one dormant side it stays at. Well done, guys. But for your engineering materials, which are typically tougher, yeah, it's still enabled, and you get that benefit. Why ahead? Getting depressed is your body's way of telling you to put down the resin jug and get out in the sun. Yeah, and I needed 3 months in the sun. We've just come back from our family holiday, and I tell you what, I feel like I fucking needed it this year. Do I think future resin printers, P1 maybe, will solve the bubbles on top of curved models? I know the Saturn IV Ultra with the tilting bed helps a lot, but is that the only solution? I think it might be, but I also think you might be able to resolve it with longer pauses on top surfaces. Every printer that's got an up and down mechanism I've got, including the HeyGears, does have that problem. I still haven't figured out why it occurs, but I imagine it's just obviously the air trapped in right at the top point. I've started to orient my models to a point where it doesn't bother me as much, and it's just something like the same as mold lines on plastic models when I build them. I just accept it as part of the process. I love that the Saturn IV Ultra resolves that problem, and I love the Saturn IV Ultra, but it's just not as easy to use, doesn't feel as rugged and sturdy. It's a consumer machine. I think it's the definitive consumer level machine, but I like me better stuff, because again, I appreciate I have the privilege of getting it free, but no, I don't know how we resolve that issue. Sorry. Saturn IV Ultra 16K plus Mercury 3 for 560 €600, yay or nay? Yes, but let's have a look at what we could get that's better. So that's a good question. So Saturn IV Ultra 16K. Remember, before you buy, click my affiliate link either in the description of this video or on the review video itself. So since we're here, I'm going to show you how to do that. Oh, look, do I want this printer? Yes, I do. And we click this link here, or we click more and click one of these links. But we're going to click this link, which will take us directly to that machine. Should be in our locale. So $419 for the 16K. Is there a Mercury X bundle? I hate these websites with these fucking FOMO offers. So Mercury X gets us the wash and the cure. Let's add that to the cart for, don't want any of this stuff, $539 US. I think that's brilliant. Again, it's mid-tier. I'm looking radiant. Hey, how you doing, Kev? Bless you. Are you not at work? That's the hobby corner, by the way. But yeah, so Saturn, I think that's a brilliant price. I don't know what this is. $249. The purchase is backed by Seal's worry-free protection. What? Worry-free purchase. That's bizarre. Where's my basket gone? It did tell me there, didn't it? Come here. Add that back into the basket. Add to cart. View cart. I want to see what this worry-free protection is. Worry-free protection. What is that? Get a full refund if the order doesn't arrive as described, including loss and damage in transit. Surely that's a fucking standard anyway. Like, if I buy something and it doesn't fucking arrive or it gets damaged in transit, I want a refund. What the fuck? Okay. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm going to eat my words here, but what the hell is that? Anyway, yeah, that's good. Let's see what I would probably pick over this and compare the price. So, and I'd pick this over it because of, and you've guessed it, and this might be relevant to printers that are up for pre-order now, is the screen replacement process. Consumer laws aren't the same around the world. Really? I need to know that. So if you're in the US, which is the site I was just on, and you order something and it doesn't arrive or it arrives damaged, that's on you as the buyer. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. Right, GK3, cheap one with the T-screw. I don't think it matters. The GK2 had a T-screw. It was fine. I mean, I think I'm partially responsible for whinging about the lack of a B-screw in this, but the issue I said is you're selling the Pro, and that's got a ball screw, but then you're selling the normal one, and people are like, well, I don't want the 385, but I do want the ball screw. So, yeah. Right, plus cure, plus wash and cure. Oh, God, that's a grand, yeah. So 579 for just the printer, but then how much is a wash and cure separately? So what was our price? Why? Oh, that's gone to 2, that's why. So we're currently at 538 for a printer or wash and cure. Here, it's 579 just for the printer. Bear in mind, guys, we're doing this in dollars. It'll be similar all around the world. But how much is the Mercury on its own? Oh, I love it. It's a bundle. So it's 105. So you're not saving anything if you get it with the printer. So that's 105. So what are we talking? It's another... Go back. Oh, it's done it again. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'll leave the protections on, whatever. Refresh, please. I've just deleted them. It's not a grand. There. 537. So 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. It's 50 quid. And then you're paying $100 more for the wash and cure. So it's $150 more to get the GK3 over the Saturn IV Ultra. Right, here's my question. How long do you expect to want to keep the printer for? And because of that, are you prepared to accept that you're going to have to replace the screen? If that is worth $150 to you, like, think about it. In order to replace the screen on the Saturn IV Ultra, you need to pretty much fully tear it down. So that's base off, electronics out, framework out, back plate for the screen out, bring it back in, put it all back together, blah, 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 do all that. Okay? At some point, you're going to have to do that. On the GK3, the process is buy the new screen, undo 6 screws, disconnect a ribbon cable, put a new ribbon cable in, put the 6 screws back in. Is that worth $150 more to you? I can't answer whether or not it's a good deal, but you need to answer for yourself. Do you want to pay $150 more to be able to make your machine 2 to 4 years? Do you want to pay $150 more to make your machine last longer, or $50 more to get the machine now and get a wash and cure later? Yeah. So, right, need to go back up. I've missed some questions. Saturn IV Ultra did that. Fohammer, what do I think about the H2S for home users and all things users? I love the H2S, absolutely love it. I have the H2S, the H2D. I have lent my H2S to my stepdad, quote unquote, my mum's other half, because he loves 3D printing. So I've given him that. And that's my laser one with the green door and the black lid. I've kept the H2D, not because I prefer it. I actually prefer the S, but genuinely I could not be asked to lift that out of where I'd got it positioned in my racking versus the H2S that was on my bench. And I was like, you know what, I'm not pissing around swapping these over. You can have this one. At some point in the next couple of weeks, I should be getting a H2C. and I'll let you know about that one, but I think my opinion is what you already think it is on that. Yeah. But I'll make a fun video, which you can all watch. What's the difference between the X bundle and the Mercury 3.0 Plus station? No idea, because I don't know what that is. So the Mercury X bundle, that's just the cheap cure, the cheap wash. You actually have to build it yourself. You put these things in at the back. Let's have a look at the Mercury 3.0. Mercury Plus 2.0, so that's a bigger one. Mercury, where is the Mercury 3.0? Oh, there it is. Mercury. Right, so first off, it looks like instead of having two separate units, you've got one unit that does both jobs. So you basically put this vat on top of the cleaner and you run it in. You put the vat on top of the curer and run it in cleaning mode. Yeah, it's cheaper, but it's one device, so one device does both jobs. I like the convenience of having two. What I did, Anycubic did this originally. They had one device that washes and cures. So basically, when it's curing, this little... I'll zoom in. When it's curing, this plate on the bottom here, I think, is just a clear plate, and you take that off. You then put the vat on top of the plate, press another button, and magnets then spin the impeller in the bottom of this. That little impeller you can hardly see down there. So maybe get one of the... Oh, that's a pre-owned one as well. So I'm saying it's cheaper. Where's the... Let's go to 3D printers, new and hot. Come here. So how much is it? Yeah, pre-owned. So someone's had it and sent it back. So it's the same price for the same thing. Do you want two devices or one? This looks like it's a bit larger. You've got 7.5 litres versus accessories. Where would it be? Accessories. Mini heater. Post-processing. There we go. Wash bucket. Christ. Parts, accessories, software, accessories, post-processing, opening new tab. Let's compare the two of them. Yeah, where are you? Mercury. See, this is what I love doing. I love people just asking the questions. I feel like I'm back like store staff again. Oh, so that is a little bit more for the Mercury XS bundle. What's the difference between the X and the X? I think, you know what, the worst thing is, I think I've done this on a video as well years ago, and I cannot remember the difference between the two of them. What size is the tub on this? It is... Oh, God, I can't see. 7,000 millilitres. So you get an extra 50 millilitres in this page that just crashed. Brilliant. Why have they crashed? I've got like 6 tabs open. Alright, well done. Thanks, Alligator. There we go. Zoomed right out. But I don't know the difference between the X and the XS. I genuinely don't. And now it's gone again. Bloody hell. But yeah, there we go. The difference between the Mercury X bundle and that 3.0 wash station. So the wash station is a 2-in-1 single device. I like the convenience of 2. You might not have space for 2. Maybe buy one 3.0 now and another one later. Yeah. Oh, Henry, thank you so much. I've only just seen that. Thank you. I really do appreciate the donation massively. That really does help, especially since Anycubic are now not paying me. Bitches. I told you I was going to be a prima donna about it. But yeah, there we go. Thank you ever so much, Henry. That massively helps support the channel. Really does. Anybody else feeling a bit frugal? And is frugal the right word? Or is it the opposite of frugal? Anyone else who wants to donate, please do. I like money. I also love doing this, but this is the bit I like to do. People going, what printer should I get? And me doing that. Just a reminder, if you've only joined recently, please @FauxHammer in your comment so I see it, or be a member. And I'll see that. What do I think about the H2S for home users and all things users? I don't know what you mean by all things users. but I love the H2S. I think it's a fantastic piece of equipment. If you're after a large printer, I think the HeyGears is obviously the flagship. If you're not bothered about color changing or nozzle or fast nozzle swapping, and I say fast nozzle swapping, but it's only fast between nozzle 1 and nozzle 2 on the H2D and H2C. When you go to the H2C and you're doing your 7 different colours, so 6 plus 1, it's only fast on that swap. If you're loading in a new filament for a new nozzle, you've still got to retract, you've still got to do it. So where something like the Snapmaker or the Index can take, 10-15 seconds per thingy, it's nearly double time on the H2C and H2D to swap colours. So there we go. What do I think? We've done that. Meld Pinder says, thanks for all the information. You helped me decide on the GK3 and XS bundle. One last question: water curable resin, yay or nay? 1 second. If you're gonna buy water curable resin, most of them are shit, like genuine shit. They're really brittle. Water curable resin, you need to realize that they're also water absorbent, so you don't leave it to soak. That's all of them. I would highly recommend, though it's expensive, Wargamer by, yes, that's 3D printed, and Fohammer. It's not cheap. If we could make it cheaper, we would. But please find me a water washable resin that is as good as this. It's been out for well over a year, nearly 2 years now. Absolutely fantastic. If you can, it supports the channel massively. It supports a small business. Yes, that's 3D printed. Honestly, like, I'm doing this for a little bit of commission and like royalties on sales for using my name on it. But again, we went through loads of tests looking for a resin that delivers plastic like properties. So again, it's not the same as plastic, but this is the closest I think you will find to like normal retail plastic for miniatures and stuff like that. So water washable resin, yes, if it's a good one. I assume there are other good ones out there. Feel free. I want to promote this. I'm not going to comment on others. If there are others out there that are good, put them in the comments, and at Meld Pinder, at him, and suggest to him some alternatives. But I would highly recommend Wargamer by Fohammer, and yes, that's 3D printed. There we go. Let's have a look. Henry, sorry, repeating the question. No AA on 16K screen. Yeah, so I've heard this, and I honestly haven't tested. I'm trying to think the last time I've tested a 16K screen. A couple of people have said this to me now, and it was something me and oh my god, I forgot his name, and I met him last week again. Derek from J3D Tech. We all know Derek. We love Derek. So he mentioned it last week, but we didn't get a chance to talk. And I'm like, no, surely I've tested this. And I'm also there, like, I've definitely done reviews where I've reviewed 16K screens, like the Saturn 4 Ultra 16K. I've definitely done anti-aliasing on that. And then I've zoomed in and shown with and without anti-aliasing. I'm sure, but I'm also not 100%. I'm sure because I'm like, that is something I would have done. And then I've had a few people say, oh yeah, you can't do it. And I'm like, okay, I need to test that. But I also don't have a 16K printer right now to test it on. So I'm like, there's a problem, because I use my reflexes. But interestingly, the P1, I can say this because it's on the website, the P1 has a 14K screen, which I think is smart. I think the 14Ks are better than the 16Ks. So yeah. But yeah, just a reminder, guys, I'm seeing questions. I don't know if you're asking me or asking other people in the comment section. So if you're asking me, please put at Fohammer somewhere, like the at symbol, somewhere within your question, so I can see it. So yeah, so sorry Henry, I've heard of it. I haven't tested it, although I'm sure I have tested it. And at some point, and I've just been so busy. Like, no joke, guys. I am in a world of boxes with products to review. I've started getting into lasers now. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. If Dennis Wang says it, Dan 3D Print 183. If Dennis Wang says it, I pretty much immediately trust it. Immediately. It's one of those things where I'm like, I probably don't need to validate that myself because Dennis Wang said it. So yeah. All right, my coffee's going cold. Fohammer, I've just bought a Bamboo Lab P2S combo that's coming in January. I've bought spare plates and nozzles. What other spares do you suggest I buy? Filament, lots of it. What other spares? You need nozzles. You get blades in the box. Anything else beyond that, you're probably going to print. Like, there's normally a lot of good add-ons that you can print for printers. I know for my X1, although you shouldn't, I still haven't tested the P2S, and I haven't looked at the reviews in depth, because I haven't had a P2S yet. I should be getting one, again, around January time. This was all pre-agreed. I've had loads of people being shit on my live videos, like, anything to get free printers. Like, these printers were already on their fucking way. Like, okay, fine. Sorry guys if it's early where you're watching this. I don't do a watershed. This is live on the internet, and I use swear words as punctuation. But yeah, so these are already on their way. I haven't got a P2S yet, but there's typically upgrades you can print. My X1 had a riser, like so, because obviously if you don't want to keep the glass on it when you print in PLA. It can soften the material too much in the nozzle before the heat break in the nozzle and cause clogs in the extruder. But no, I'm trying to think, what else would you need with a P2S? Spare nozzles, like different size nozzles. Also, make sure, I think you get a spare 0.4 in the box anyway with it, I think, which is handy. You should always have at least one spare nozzle to quickly swap out. And then what else did you say you get? Spare plates. I would probably upgrade. I really like the look of those cryo grip plates, like the blue ones, that look really good. They're like cooler, but honestly, the reason I haven't used them is because I've got no desire to go out and buy one. Like, they're not like, wow, my printer prints. I don't feel like I need it. And also, you need to, I believe you need to change your print profiles to reduce the base temperature during printing. So yeah, but yeah. Let's have a look. Next is Darius. I'm going to say Pasturak. I hope that's right. Sorry. Having a P1S, is there a point to change or upgrade to the P2S? I don't think so. Like, are you having problems with it? Or it's not going to... If you're just printing PLA, PETG, maybe a bit of ABS, I don't think you're going to print magically better with the P2S. I don't think you're going to print better. I think the screen on the front is a minor convenience. I think it's more desirable now. I think it put a lot of people off purely from a marketing point of view when people saw that monochrome screen. But honestly, beyond setting it up, like my H2S, other than reprint, I rarely use that screen because I'm just in Bamboo Studio and I go send print and do it all that. I tell a lie, actually. No, the screen is convenient because if you get the AMS Pro 2, AMS2 Pro, the screen is where you tell it, please cook the filament, please warm the filament. And I believe the AMS2 Pro is backwards compatible with the P2S, but I don't know, with the P1S, sorry, but I don't know whether they've updated the UI to allow you to heat the filament or even set what's in the filament. Don't know how that works. So, Daryl, oh, thanks, Daryl. I love having you here as well. And I really do appreciate that. Honestly, that's appreciated. Like, so long as you got a machine that you think is right. Oh, hello. What's going off there? So long as you got a machine that you think is right for you, that's what matters the most. But genuinely, I mean, I say that whilst I spent the beginning of this stream whinging about Anycubic not paying me, but I don't mind whinging about Anycubic. I'm not going to whinge about you lot. People, individuals are fine. Like, it's the professionals who should be getting this right that I'm upset about. But yeah, in all seriousness, Thank you so much, Daryl. I really do appreciate your support, and more than anything, I appreciate you being here regularly, so thank you so much. Is the H2D worth the extra cost over the H2S currently? Right, I'm going to do a comparison video between the H2S... Oh, God, that was gross. Between the H2S, H2D, and H2C at one point. Now, in regard the difference, what is worth more to you? So H2S is a bigger build volume, it's 340. The H2D, yes, it's 350, but once you remove the 2.5 centimeters from either side, which you will do, there will very rarely be a scenario where you actually use the full area. Like, you're either doing multicolor and you're using 320, or you're doing single color and you're using I want to say 330. I can't remember off the top of my head. Give me 2 seconds. 350. So it's 350, but I forget what it cuts down to in the middle. It's really weird. If anyone can tell me in the comments there, do you see yourself, what do you value more? Bigger build volume, like all of these are Bamboo quality printers, which is why people are still buying them over bigger printers like the Creality K2, for example, the K2 Plus, because Creality's got that reputation. I had a great time with my K2, but again, I tested it for a few weeks and all of those prints were fine. Longevity wise, again, still getting reports they're just not there. But again, if you value size and you don't mind the risk of a bit of tinkering, have a look at the K2 Plus or maybe even the S1 Max. It's nice to see printers in that category. But coming back to the H2S is bigger. Do you want that extra size guaranteed, one nozzle, no limits on that 340 width? Still only 320 deep. Then on the other side of it, you've got the dual nozzle. Now the dual nozzle sounds brilliant, but unless you're doing 2 color prints or you intend to have the support for PLA as an interface, or ABS or PETG as an interface, you don't build the whole support out of ABS, by the way, out of support, because it's fucking expensive, it's PVA. You just have an interface between your supports. That is brilliant. That is absolutely fantastic. I absolutely love that. But if you're going to use that, you need to have an AMS2 Pro, because you have got to keep that stuff dry. You have got to. Otherwise, it just simply does not work. So what is worth more to you? Print area, but slow colour switching, or do you want dual colour faster or support interface faster? Flip a coin. Flipping a coin, and I say this a lot, flipping a coin don't let it decide for you, but if you land on the thing and you suddenly go, oh, I wish it wasn't that, at least then you know. And you know what your gut instinct was, go with your gut. Let's have a nosy. Just going to jump down quickly. Tiger Paw Design says, thanks so much for the advice on P2 spares, Ross. Thank you so much. I really do massively appreciate the donation. I'm here for you guys. And again, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for the support you give. Big Tree Tech, the same guys with the blue plates have a $50 screen upgrade for the P1S. Does that still work though? I remember that. Yeah, but does it still work, or do you have to put it in LAN mode? I don't know if there was like a change around that. I never used one. I wish I had. But yeah, it's nice that. Yeah, I forget the name of it. Anthony McKay, not Anthony Mackie, Nelly said Mackie. Anthony McKay, born in 1968. Hello, sir. I've wanted a printer for a while but can't justify the waste. Should I wait for Snapmaker to be fully tested by you? It is fully tested by me. I think it's brilliant. I've done as much testing as I'm going to do. If you could hear at the beginning of this stream a slight din in the background, in fact I need to go and start it again, that is my Snapmaker. So it's still being tested. I say it's still being tested. One sec. Do that. Got it. Print. Sorry, it's the last thing I need to print. So I've been printing, I think everyone's done these. You know, the big Merry Christmas. I'll go and get one. Hang on. I don't know if you can see it because of all the boxes, but you've seen these massive like Christmas lanterns, and then you can put a thing in there. So my snap maker has been printing, and then slide that in there. Can be a bit of a pain to get these in. There you go. That was actually the easiest one, and then I've got one more. So I've just started the final print, and then this is a surprise for the missus later. She's going to love it. But everyone's printed these. They're on Maker World. Just look up Christmas lamp on Maker World. It'll be the top result, most likely. And you even get a bit that goes in top, like a round bit, that you can fit like a battery powered, or specifically a 1 meter USB light will go around the middle as like a thingy. It's fantastic. But yeah, Snapmaker's fine. I think the next year is going to be very much about tool changes and who can do the fastest colour changing on the market. So we've obviously got the Snapmaker, 4 colours, but no way to change colours during prints. Same with, unless you do it manually and put a pause and a colour change in there. Same with the Prusa. I'm really impressed by the Prusa, genuinely. Like, they have gone from, in my opinion, consumer irrelevance, completely outdated irrelevance, to, ooh, I want that. Like, for 8 colours, but again, you can't change it. And then for the Core 1L, which is what I want to wait for more than anything, the Core 1L, they keep saying 10 colours, but so many people have, like, planted the seed of 12 that I'm pretty sure it's going to be 12 at this point. It won't feel like a surprise, but yeah, I think 12, like, that'll be incredible to do that. But with Prusa, you've still got the manual feeding. The Snapmaker, you just load the filament on and then put it into the buffer, and that feeds it, and it's automated. Whereas with the Prusa, I'm convinced you have to load it in and then you have to manually, it looks like I'm, yeah, doing something inappropriate, but it looks, you've got to manually feed it all the way to the nozzle, which is just a pain. So yeah, right, I'm going to jump back up. I've wanted a printer for a while, can't justify the waste. Yep, Snapmaker did that one. Melody Pinder says, what would your recommendations be as proxies for Cadians / guards? I'm starting a 40k hobby with friends, but my 2k army costs an arm and a leg. I honestly don't know. I've not looked at, like, guardsmen aren't my thing. Weirdly, there is. Let me show you these though. I love these. White Dragon miniatures. And I think he's done these as an STL. I think these are fantastic. And he lives around the corner from me. Very modern warfare. But what I love about these is that the size he's done them is very miniature heroic scale. And this is White Dragon Miniatures. Literally lives around the corner from me. And he's recently done these, like US Marines, all really nice sculpts, but again, bigger heads, bigger hands. It just makes them more fun to paint than, you know, the true scale that things are going to. So check out White Dragon Miniatures. I'll drop a link in the description, in the chat. But yeah, have a look at him. I think these are I don't know if these are yeah, they're STLs, so they look nice. Other than that, One Page Rules do some. Have a look at those. I don't. You'll find them. Moving on. Not Eamon says, what do I think of all multicolour printers like Bamboo H2C, Prusa Core 1 with Index, or Snapmaker? I think, as I said, it's going to be an interesting year. I think that's going to be the desirable hot new thing. There is a part of me, like when I got my X1C, I was like, ooh, this is brilliant. But so much waste. I'm not going to, like, beyond the initial gimmicks of, oh yeah, you can colour change, it was like I got the 4 AMS units and then did content going, look, you can print with 16 colours. I had to do 4 times 4 then. But yeah, like you can print with 16 colours. It takes 5 days and it wastes 3 kilos for a 1 kilo print. Like, what the actual shit? So I gave up on that. But now without the waste, I think everyone's going to think they want it until they realise, like, what is the application for multicolour prints. But then we're going to get model designers designing multicolour prints with those amount of colours in mind. And that's when it's going to start to snowball. So, you know, it's, what is it, the chicken and the egg, supply and demand, one follows the other. So as we get more printers with more desirable, faster colour change options, the models are going to follow. Because let's be fair, the majority of us here aren't designing our own things. We're printing the stuff that other people design, or maybe we're making tweaks at best. I don't think there's anybody in this chat who is a, hi, I design models, and if you do, at Fohammer, hey me, and I'll give you a shout out and tell people to check out your stuff. So, but, you know, that's where things will matter. What do I think is more likely? Bamboo adopting Index and paying for the patents, or Bondex making a kit for one of Bamboo printers? I don't think Bondtech and Bamboo are ever gonna, I could be wrong, but I don't think they're ever gonna work together. Bamboo are too much, we want to do it ourselves. Bondtech seem to be very much the, hey, we want to work with the open source guys. You know, they're making kits for Prusa, they're making kits for Sobol. I think I don't think either approach is wrong to the market. I just think it's different business principles. Historically, we have seen where other businesses in other industries with these views have gone. We can infer where these businesses will go from that, but I don't see Bondtech working with Bamboo or Bamboo working with Bondtech. I think what's more likely to happen, I hope Bamboo not see the error of their ways, but perhaps see the value in Bondtech style tool changes, in tool changes, and make a solution of their own. You know, of their own, like Bamboo Studio is their own design, or any of it's their own design. It'll be heavily inspired by and stuff like that. I think there are patents stopping it, or I think Bamboo is going to do something completely original and maybe one up Bondtech in some way. I've no idea, but I don't see Bamboo doing a Bamboo now with Bondtech. I think that's very much a different thing. I love Bondtech. I love the solution they've designed, but again, there are elements of it in Prusa. Now that, you know, if you saw my live stream at Form Next, I was like, wow, this is amazing, and I knew I was riding the energy high. But thinking about it afterwards, practically, like, little things that are going to stop it for the consumer for me are like, oh, every time I change a filament, I've got to feed it. I'm doing this again. You can repeat this part of the video if it helps you. But no, like, you're gonna have to manually feed it, and it's just little tiny but significant inconveniences like that keep this out of the consumer space. So, but yeah, we'll definitely see something like that. Definitely be worth it then. I personally wait for reviews from Fohammer, yeah, in case there's something that could be annoying for you long term to enjoy resin printing. Everything's got something annoying. I'm going to do a video. This video was actually going to be, I was going to do, I'm leaving these guys up, I'm going to promote him. I was actually going to do this video, you know, with like a chart, like, you know, the A to S tier, and then rank them, but I tried to set one up the other day, and it's like, import all your pictures, and I was like, I need to get square pictures for every printer, and I'm just, fuck that. I will do that at some point. I need to do that video, it's clickbaity. That's not to me, that's to somebody else. Moving on. Oh wow, I've missed a few messages. Aliens from, thank you guys for the donations, thank you massively. Aliens are from, and then I can't see the rest of your name in that message. My H2C is arriving next week. I got zero experience with FDM printers. Did I just ruin my life? Yes. Yes, you did. In the best way. But yeah, they did. I've noticed as well some comments underneath. SCB2, SCB2. But the hardest is removing some of the screws because they did them too tight. Yeah, they are tight and in an awkward place. But no, they'll walk you through the setup, watch some videos, do a benchy first, do something simple from the UI, get good filament. Like a lot of people even now are getting into 3D printing and their mates like, oh, I've got some old filament for you, and that's been sat out in a moist room for months. And then you get it and your print comes out shit because the thing people still don't realise they need to know is that filament needs to be dry and not have moisture in it, or you'll get crap prints. But if you've got an AMS or an AMS2 as a combo, you can do it. But H2C, you're going to like it, mate. It's going to be fun. The colour changing is good. You still do, I believe, have to purge the nozzle. So, and again, Prusa corrected me on this. There's a difference between purging and priming. Priming is getting the pressure in the nozzle right before printing. Purging is removing waste material. So I think you do still need to purge. You also need to retract all the way to the AMS and back every time you do a colour change, which slows things down over something like the Snapmaker or the Index systems, which are tool changers. But again, your waste should be minimised. And I think there's a psychological element of that too. It's not just about the waste being minimised, but seeing little balls of waste poop like coming out of your printer versus a solid prime tower that is one block and you can chuck in the thing. There might be more waste in that prime or purge tower, but because of that being neater and tidier, again, you can accept it more than buckets of springy blah blah. Like I have thrown out bin bags full of that stuff. It's crazy. If I've missed anyone, sorry, I'm jumping down. Anthony McKay, thank you for the buying advice. Thank you for the donation, Anthony. Wire ahead, some sunlight, a second coffee, maybe a sandwich after the stream. Well, I'm going to take a break during the stream. I am planning to be here all day. It's lunchtime now. But yeah, I will need another coffee in a minute. Oh god, that didn't mix properly. I've literally just drank a whole solid bit of coffee. It's only instant. Moving down. Help a newbie out here. Wait for the Anycubic Photon P1 or go for a Saturn 4 Ultra 16K. Between those two printers, mate, the quality of the Photon P1 is worlds beyond the Saturn. It's not quite, but it is close. And this is through touching it. I'm not saying anything about the physical machine I have here. This is what I experienced from Form Next, so shut up Anycubic. I'm not breaking an NDA. The physical quality of the machine, the P1 over the Saturn 4 is worlds beyond. Worlds beyond. Almost HeyGears RS level, but not. Yeah, but not. Gary Morin 4813 says, can I say more about the Bondtech Index and Sovol? No, because I don't know much about it. I haven't actually touched it. Sovol, I had a couple of Sovol printers, but no, they're not my cup of tea. Haven't seen one, haven't touched one. Don't fancy the idea of setting one up. I would need a new SVO8 before I even start. Not Amen, thanks for the reply. I think Bamboo is overpriced and the wait to receive Snapmaker is too long. And the last question, do you think it's a good idea to have the laser with the H2C? Okay, I'm so confused. So you're saying Bamboo, I'm confused. Bamboo is overpriced. I don't think it's overpriced. I think they're expensive. I saw this, and I'm not trying to correct you. I'm not trying to put anyone down. I think they are expensive. The same about HeyGears. HeyGears are expensive, but the extra you get for that extra money is, I feel, from what I've seen in the community, a stronger, more reliable hardware setup. they in my experience and from the noise I hear, like everything, like that mid-tier, Anycubic, Elegoo, Creality, for every comment I get, oh, these are great. I get another one saying, oh, mine fell apart, it worked for X amount of time and it's bust. With Bamboo, I get one out of maybe 50, maybe 100 comments. I'll never buy a Bamboo again. My one single one I had was crap and it never worked. It's just a rarer comment I get. And then you've got the ecosystem. A lot of people see this as lockdown, but honestly, I like Maker World. I like what they're doing. I like that they not only put the models out there, but they're also doing things to give back to the community and say, hey, if you rate this and you get rated high, then you can use that to get free filaments and other stuff and things like that. They're curating it. Like, I wouldn't have found that lamp if it wasn't for Maker World going, this looks awesome, everyone will want to print this, let's put it on the front page. That curation is, and then go to Creality Cloud and do that. Now, arguably, yeah, you can still buy a Creality and go and download models from Maker World, but again, it's all part and parcel of the ecosystem, and there are software enhancements. I think when you look at the difference, it almost feels like Creality, Anycubic, Elegoo are hardware companies, Bamboo is a software company. And if smartphones have taught us anything, especially when you look at the fact that, like, look at any Apple iPhone. Why are Apple still so strong in the market when their phones are technically, hardware-wise, weaker than the competitor? They should be eradicated from the market by now, based on the hardware differences alone. But they're not, because software experience and user convenience is worth 10 times as much. Creality, Anycubic, Elegoo will follow. Bamboo will lead. Snapmaker, following, definitely still a follower, but like bottom of top tier, I feel, at the moment, rather than top of mid. I think Creality is top of mid. But again, I've only had one experience. We need time with Snapmaker. People need them. We need noise in the market. Moving on. Alien from Space. Got a bunch of Bamboo filaments. Any other good brands that would work with Bamboo? Most of them work. Like, it depends what you're getting. What filaments are you using? Is it PLA? Is it PETG? I'm a PLA guy because it's easy and I print toys. I will use ABS when I need to use ABS, but it's rarer. I honestly, like, every time I've used a composite filament like a fiberglass, they've always been more brittle. I honestly don't get it. Yeah, confused. Not Amen. Or take a Falcon A1. You know what? Creality are a good laser company. It's weird. They're a better laser company than a printer company. But they've still got a lot of Crealityness in them. I just want to say, like, speaking of Creality, like, I'm currently testing two of their printers at the moment. That's what I have to do to run tests. Like, you only see it filmed when it's on my workbench, which, because that's got the P1 on at the moment, I can't show. But like, they spend days down here doing test prints. So yeah. I think Creality are good, but I just think, like, the thing I can't do is trust them. It's the one thing I can't do. Would you guys, I need to, in fact, I'm going to do a poll. Would you buy a Creality? Yes, they have been fine for me in the past. Yes, they are a good price to value. No, I have been burned. No, but I don't know why. Rep? Question mark. There we go. Start poll. Would you buy a Creality? Why can't I click start poll? Must contain between what? No, I've been burned. Oh. Yes, they've been fine for me. There we go. Start poll. It was too long. Right, I just want to see what the views are. And then we'll go back up to the questions. I got a bunch of bamboo filament. Yep, done that. Falcon A1. Ferrum 89. I'm kind of new to resin. Bought a cheap used Saturn 2. Really like it. Do you think I should upgrade in the near future, or just use it till it's working just fine? Just keep using it, mate. Like, at the end of the day, bear in mind, my job here is to sell you printers. You click my affiliate links, I earn money. Is your Saturn 2 working fine? Saturn 2 is a good printer. You're not going to get significantly better quality prints. You'll get conveniences and ease of use, which might matter to you. Like Saturn 2, I think, had the old ball screw, so you shouldn't need to level it as much. Stuff like that. How often do you use it? Don't waste the hardware. Like, I don't think you can get screens for these anymore, so I think, like, as soon as the screen dies, it's dead. If that printer still works, keep using it. When it dies, look at what, at the end of the day, if you can use that for another 6 months and there's 2 more printers on the market worth considering at that time, and you buy now, you're going to regret it. Use that printer as long as you can. It's a good printer. Let's Chris says, thank you so much. As you said, not to break an NDA, that was all the info I needed coming from you. I'm glad you got that, buddy. Have I missed one? Nope. And then Daryl M says, I bought my P1S to print PPA CF. What is PPA? Do you mean PLA CF? I need to Google PPA, unless you've done a typo. PPA. I know CF's carbon fibre. PPA. Oh, yeah, fine. What does PPA do then? I need to ask this, right? Because I get so many people saying, oh, is this the lightweight stuff? Because that's a drone body, isn't it? But yeah, in all seriousness, I don't understand engineering filaments. I don't understand it. It's great for terrain, but how? How is it better? And at £50 a fucking reel? Or am I just looking at Amazon prices? Like, what's so good about it? Strong as aluminium. Right, okay. But, hang on. At this price, seriously, at this price, you say it's great for terrain. Why is it better for terrain? And why would I use it over PLA, which, if PLA breaks, I'll just print another one. Or another 5 for the same price. Get M7 Pro now or wait for the P1. Just a reminder, guys, if you're asking me, put at Fohammer. Don't get an M7 Pro now or wait for the P1. Don't get an don't get sorry. Put my teeth back in. Right. Wojciech, someone, I'm not going to pronounce your surname, sorry, has asked, get an M7 Pro now or wait for the P1. They're an Anycubic fan, as they like the price to performance ratio and their app. Right, couple of things there, mate. One, don't get an M7 Pro. Do not buy an M7 Pro. That fucking heater on the back corner, all it does is make it awkward to move the build plate round. It's fucking stupid. Absolutely ridiculous. They're the only people who did it. There is a reason we're not seeing the same thing on the P1 and we've gone to a VAT heater. They made it once, they're never going to do it again. It is fucking stupid. Get an M7 any day and get a chamber heater, brilliant. Even if you get an M7 Pro, like, do not use that stupid VAT. It is ridiculous. Secondly, please don't buy from Anycubic just because you were a fan of previous Anycubics. Like, I'm a massive bamboo fan, but I'm not going to sit there and go, oh God, I don't want this Prusa because the bamboo, I had a bamboo before and it was better. Or I like the next HeyGears because I like the previous one. The HeyGears RS, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The Reflex 2, I think, is utter shit. Technically, it's good, right? From a technical level, it's sturdy, it's hard, it's going to last a lot longer, the aluminium body, but it looks like a turd, and some of the elements in there are so cheap, and then they made dumb decisions about like the height of the vat. So when the wiper goes left and right, it can slosh material out of the vat if you have a fail. Their solution to that was putting, and it's shit like that that I think is dumb. And instead of going, oh yeah, we probably should just fucking cut our losses, make a taller vat, and start shipping them ASAP, and up the printer by a tenner. They're like, oh no, we'll just disable a key fucking feature. So please don't ever buy from a brand just because you've liked them in the past. That being said, AnyCubic are making some good printers. So it's more the principle of the thing I was trying to get across. So I do like the build quality of the P1. I do like, that's all I can say. From seeing it at Form Next, I like the build quality of the P1. If you've had an M7 or an M5, there are a few practical elements, I think, that carry over that are frustrating. No, shit, no, not that. Fuck, don't tell AnyCubic I said that. But at the same time, this is easily the best quality printer that AnyCubic have made since the M3 Premium. That's saying something. So this, at the price that they're offering it for, pre-order wise, don't forget to click my affiliate links down in the description, but I'll make 50 cents on your pre-order. See the beginning of the video for my whinge. I'd take the risk. I'd take the risk. I would take the risk. And that's even me earning near fuck all on it. I think the P1 is worth taking the risk on. And remember, guys, the when I started the channel, I did 2 reviews. I did might have been 3. I did the original Sonic Mini 8K, and I think I did the Photon Ultra. You remember the DLP one? I think it was those at the same time. And I also did the M3 Premium. And I said at the time, get the M3 Premium. But I was a new channel in the space. No one knew me. No one trusted me at the time, I don't think. Maybe a few people were like, okay, fair enough. And we fucked up. We as a community fucked up by not buying more of that printer, by buying the Saturn II over it, because that, and I say we, I'm included, because that signaled to AnyCubic, oh shit, people don't want good high quality printers, they want cheap affordable printers like the Saturn II. And so they abandoned it and they gave us the M5 that was such total dog shit, because the AnyCubic engineers didn't know how to do poor quality, so they just made it utter shit. So don't fuck this up again. Like, we've got an opportunity now to say, hey AnyCubic, we do want high quality printers, so yes, I hope this sells. There are parts of it that make me want to bang my head against a fucking table, and you'll see that in the review. But I think what is it, $400, and then you put a $10 deposit, put the deposit down, take the risk. I would take the risk. Right, the rigidity is far beyond PLA. So this is, we're talking about PPACF here again. Okay, fair enough. I don't get it. It's just it's why do I need rigid miniature terrain? Why? Yeah. Tell me. That's a genuine question. Maybe I'm just not using it enough. Like, I paint it and it sits on a shelf, so maybe there's a practical, like, hey, when you're moving it around and that, I guess that. But again, it's more dangerous. It's a more dangerous material to work with. Probably harder to print, more expensive. But again, I'm not the guy who's like, oh, let's talk about materials as well. Like, let's talk about resin materials. I like what I like because I've found the one I like. let's get this playing. So, and we'll swap back to that. So hi, it's me again, full screen. Do you have a recommendation for places with wacky miniatures? Loot Studios has a rooster night, and that has been my favourite to paint so far. There was one, I was looking for it yesterday. About 18 months ago, I flew over to Poland to meet the guys at Titan Forge, and if you guys can help me out with this one, Archvillain Games were there, and they were releasing at the time something called Odoben, O-D-O-B-E-N, and it was like anthropomorphic whales, and they had penguins, and I loved those penguins. But it was part of a collection, and in that collection there was either a shark or a killer whale that was like a heavy, and it was almost like fantasy, but with like wood steampunky guns and like spear guns and that sort of thing. And I cannot find that model, and I want to print it on my P1. I've wanted to print it, and they've got so many models that I just don't know and can't find it. So if you know what that is, if you can find that for me, let me know, and I'll let you know what it is. Daryl, I'm designing a rifle rest for bench rest shooting. They're usually made from aluminium, so I'm trying to 3D print as an alternative. The terrain comment was about the Ender 3. Ah, right, that makes more sense. Okay, fine. So I've just been up a completely wild tangent, thinking you're using this expensive stuff for terrain. Right, fair enough, mate. Makes sense. Yeah, we don't have rifles here, but yeah. Right, let's have a quick look at this vote. Oh, okay, interesting. So we did a, I don't know if I can put this on screen anywhere. So we did a poll. I'm just going to read it out to you while you watch me. So would you buy a Creality? 21% have got yes, they're fine for me. 13%, and I'm slightly misspelled it, yes, they're a good price to value. So that's a combined total of 34%. So 34% are yes, but that's still only like a third of people would buy a Creality. 26% of people said no because they've been burned. But the interesting one, the highest one, is 41% of people have agreed that no, they wouldn't buy a Creality, but they don't know why. And then I put in brackets rep ? And I think everyone inferred from that, like, yeah, like, I don't know why. Probably their rep, but I can't quite put a finger on it. So those reputations do follow brands, and it's sad because I say it's sad, but it's true. I think it'll always happen. It's the reason BlackBerry died after the what was the one that they made in China that like they had to replace them all. And these go a long way. These ripples do go a long way. So just something to be aware of, something you need to consider when you're looking at buying something like a Creality. So yeah, I like them. I think they're fine, but again, like a lot of people go, yeah, what are they like long term? I don't know because I'm not using them in a farm. I could use the one review model I get for years and it'd be absolutely fine, and that is still not a fair indication of the quality of this range of machines. That's the problem. I could, and I have, got a Neptune 4 out of the box, and it has been dog shit from the off, and I still can't use that as a fair representation of the overall quality. I can only infer, and I can only infer from what people say. And so many people have had such a pain point with the Creality, and it goes back to the Ender 3. Like, the Ender 3 is the roots of that company, and to a point, the roots of 3D printing for so many people. But that was such a tinkerer's machine that reputation is still carried with them now. So people have now got that expectation. And when you think just plug and print, you think Bamboo, you don't think Creality. You think Creality, oh, it's going to break. It's probably going to break. It's cheaper, but it's going to break. It's not been my experience, and it is, in my experience, just as plug and print as Bamboo. Bamboo are cleaner, sharper in terms of the software they use. They add features that are useful to the community and the consumer faster than than these guys, but this has still been a, hey, I want to print something, I'm just going to stick it in the AMS, use this profile and print it, and the print quality has been solid. But then you've got the Ender S3 Pro, been used for over 3,000 hours, still works like a charm. There you go. There are just better offerings for not that much more money than Creality. Again, yeah, you're right, Tainted Camper. Yeah, the plug and print is key to PR and how people find them mostly in reality. And then pick your print 3D. Had a great time with the H2 so far, no issues. Yeah, I've only had a couple of issues with mine. I would say it's user error, but weirdly I've got a dead spot at the front of the plate, like you're talking a tiny square that big, that seems to just struggle to print on it, and I don't know if it's something to do with the coating on the build plate. I need to swap the build plate over and do that, but it's, yeah, fair enough. I will look this translation from the beginning, but can someone recommend... just a reminder, guys, if you're asking me a question, put @Fohammer, otherwise I'll miss it. I'll always accept a donation as well, I'll notice those. But if it's alright with you guys, I'm going to take a little break now to have a tinkle, so give me 5 minutes, 10 at the most, probably 15. But if you can just hang out for a bit, guys, I will stick this on a be right back, and I'll be back with you shortly. Have your questions ready. Let me know what you want to know about 3D printers. Do you have a question? Is there any recommendations you want? You've got me here. Ask away what my views are on the different machines. And yeah, well, it'll be a tinkle, a smoke, get a new drink, and catch up on my correspondence. So, see you shortly, guys. Stick with me. the HeyGears booth at Formnext 2025. You know this, you've watched the other Formnext videos. So who are you? What do you do?
So my name is Tim, and I'm the overseas China sales manager in HeyGears. And I'm mainly responsible for the. So this is yeah, some basic understanding. Yes.
Hello, it's me again. I am back. Thank you, Lee Wright, for becoming a member. So I used to go to school with a Lee Wright. Is it you? Is it you, Lee? Yeah, so hi, nice to see everyone chatting in the live chat. It'll pop back up on screen in a minute as new messages come in. Let me see, no one's atted me, so just a reminder, guys, if you want to ask me a question, I'm here for direct buying advice all day, probably for another hour and a half, because then it'll be 2 o'clock and I've got to get ready to pick my kids up. But yeah, there's a thing. Can I say something? Like, I might do this as a video in the new year if I get time. Am I right? But has the last year of resin printers been a bit shit? Like, seriously. And the reason why I'm saying that is because when you look at everything, and even I've got my favourites, but I feel like, and I've said this a few times, I feel like I'm picking, and maybe since last year even, because I feel like I said this last Black Friday, I feel like I'm picking a resin printer more based on the shit I'm willing to put up with, rather than, oh my god, I've got to have that. So like last year, or the year before last year, it was easily get a GK2, get a GK2, get a GK2, because the GK2 did so much similar to what the other printers did, but in their own way, in its own way, that was just better. It was easy. But now it's like, okay, the HeyGears is the best, but fucking lockdown resin. Alright, fine. The GK3 is great, but that stupid fucking pump, and it's really not that much better than, like, it's still better than GK2, but it's not that much better. And then you've got the software side of it, which is just lacking compared to the other brands. Alright, I'll get a Saturn, but then you've got that stupid fucking build plate. And there's going to be a lot of fucking in here. Okay, fair enough. You got an M7, but honestly, I think the M7 Pro, stupid. That stupid heater. So I think, honestly, probably maybe the best printer on the market might be the M7, the normal M7. When you get to big printers, GK3, well, that's got a bad legacy now, and unfortunately, as we've just said before the break, it's hard to shake a negative legacy. It is hard to shake. If you disappoint one customer, they'll tell 10 people. If you make 10 customers happy, one of them might tell one person. I think that's the thing that's said. So yeah, like everything right now, is just kind of like, oh, for fuck, like, oh wow, but oh, for fuck's sake. So nobody hates fucking. Tell my wife. Oh fucking hell. Swear to God, she's had so many headaches in the last year that she needs an MRI. Don't worry, she doesn't watch this. Dennis Koptev 2051 says, I want to buy a resin printer. I'm looking at the GK3 or Elegoo Saturn 4 16K. Who would be better for hobby miniatures and statues, or is there a good machine under 500 euros? Right, both of them, print quality wise, bang on. They're exactly the same. There's no difference between them. They've both got the same 16K screen from the same manufacturer. The interface is different, that's all. They both use a chip on board light source. The GK3 comes in 3 variants, which is another, for fuck's sake, thing they did that just confuses people. Just get the cheapest one. You don't need, unless you're only printing transparents, and those transparents need to have inner cavities, you're not going to notice a difference. Get a GK3, not because the print quality is better, but because when you need to replace the screen, and you will, you literally pop the screen out and pop a new one in versus an entire strip down of the machine. That's why. There we go. Daryl M says, nothing out there that I feel I need to upgrade from my Elegoo Saturn 4 Ultra 12K. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Like, if you don't need a heater, and I think you're the US, either US or Australia, Daryl, I'm gonna assume US, because you were talking about making weapon parts. And I know you love your guns. But yeah, so, but yeah, honestly, like, I would say the best printer right now is just a normal GK3 for most people. Get a GK3. I just can't. I'm upset that I can't be like, wow, amazing, get the GK3, like I was with the GK2. That was so obviously better than the competition at the time. But it swings and roundabouts. But I'd still rank the GK3 at the top of consumer, close to the HeyGears RS. And again, like the HeyGears RS is one. I think if for those of you who've been here for a while, yeah, thanks Beervine, welcome to thanks for becoming a member. Yay. Queensland, Australia, no problem with temperature. Yeah, fair enough. I've weirdly, my wife's family is from Victoria. Well, I say my wife's family. My wife's dad, they emigrated to Australia. My wife doesn't have her own passport, but can get one. But yeah, I've only just realised there's like a subscriber goal and a tip goal here that was from a previous thing. Like my subscriber goal was 84,000. That must be like 2-3 streams ago, because we've hit that. We're currently on 123,000 and something. I've got a little reader on my desk. Like, is this a bit what's the word? Pretentious? But let me. There's you lot. I've got that. I don't know if that's going to be the right way round for you or reversed. It's reversed on my screen, but I've got my little. Yeah, I think that's going to be reversed. So I'll find out, because a couple of minutes behind. I'll see it on the preview in a minute. But there we go. Nope, you can see it the right way around. So yeah, I've also got a Kit Kat wrapper and some other crap on there as well. So, but yeah, that's my setup little counter. I like it. It's like my goal. You know, it's something to work on. Love it. So yeah, but yeah, so I'm gonna make a new video in the new year. All 3D printers, all resin printers are shit. Ooh, 3 most important. There's a question. I like this. If I would need to choose 3 most important features of a resin printer that you cannot compromise when you're choosing a new machine, what would they be? Ooh, right. Right, okay. Let's limit this to the current lineup of available models, because otherwise it'd be like, what, a screen, a build plate, and a vat. Like, it needs to have those 3 things. So beyond the things, right? Let's cut it down. I don't like pumps and I don't like resin feeders, so they can fuck off. What do I want? I want convenience features. So I want a little bit extra than what the previous version's doing. What makes resin printing easier? So something I've seen on a couple of printers now is little things like vat drip trays. Like HeyGears has one you can print, but stuff like that. I like cob light sources. I do think that's important, but they've got drawbacks. Like they're more intense in the middle, slightly softer at the edge. So I'm going to say heating. Heating is one. If you're in a colder climate, I think keeping the environment, same as any FDM printer, keeping the environment warm is key. So making sure it's consistent is just key. So having a heater is definitely a priority for me. Resolution, I think they're all in the ballpark now for good enough. I don't know that, like, the only time I'd say resolution right now is a letdown is on the Anycubic M7 Max. I think that should have been a 16K screen, and probably the Frozen Mighty 8K or Mega 8K. It's only an 8K screen. It's massive. But when you get in a printer that big, if you're printing big things, does that resolution matter? Don't know. So resolution right now I don't think is an important thing. Heating, definitely for me. Good grip on handle, build plate, quick change film. Yeah, quick change film is nice. That's something that you can get on the Saturn you can't get on the GK3. Looking to purchase a unit to get the kids started. Heard things about the Bamboo and the A1 combo unit. A1's absolutely great. If you're working with kids though, I'm slight aside. So I've actually been doing this. I'm thinking of doing a video with my daughter because I gave her a Bamboo A1. I gave her a Bamboo A1 Mini, and it's good, but because she's young, she's only 9, I do have concerns about her leaving crap like paper and flammables near it when it's moving. I would go for an enclosed printer. If you can push from an A1 to a P1P, I would go for a P1P. Just in the middle of another question, and guys, if you're asking me, put @Fohammer in the question. Heating, camera I don't think it's necessary. Heating, a good solid build plate, like build platform, and I mean, I don't want fucking gimmicks like springs in either the build plate or the screen, because when you push down and compress, that is going to compress layers wherever the springs are. Springs are the worst fucking thing to put in a build mechanism unless it's in the latch that lets you attach the build plate to the bed. So I want no springs is what I want. Some printers have failed to deliver that. What else? God, what are the 3 things I want? Heating. I want heating. I want... Oh, you put me on the spot. I want a good user experience is what I want. That is what is most important to me, and that unfortunately encompasses a lot of individual elements, and that goes all the way from the slicer to the hardware itself. I want a good user experience, and then like the conveniences, and that includes like a webcam so I can check on it remotely, which is why things like the M7 is good, but I can only check on it. I can't, I think you can connect a webcam, but it doesn't have one built in. Yeah, good quality hardware, so I know it'll last me a while. And then what else? Yeah, this is I'm going like GK3, what that's got, and HeyGears RS, but that doesn't have a camera. Should do, yeah. There we go. Let's have a nosy. See what else is there. I hope that helps. Refine your question, please. What is it you think's important to you, Wojciech? What do you think's most important to you? Go on then. Oh, you've answered it already, and I started to read it. It would be heating, camera, and remote access. So in that case, you've decided on a GK3. I am printing in a shed, and easy, not messy, vac cleaning system, not only outlet port, but maybe some kind of wiper. You're only going to get a wiper on the Form 4 and the thingy one. But yeah, cleaning system, not only outlet port. Yeah, GK3. P1P enclosed. P1S, sorry. P1S is what I meant, sorry. SCB to SCB2. With the relative size of 210 120 by 220 build volume and a heated vat, can you reference a decent first resin printer? Build volume's a confusing one because I don't think in terms of build volume. I go by inch. 220 120, that's going to be about 10 inch, isn't it? That's going to be a 10-inch printer. A decent first resin printer. Start at the bottom, get an M7, a normal M7, not the Pro. If you can stretch a bit further, get a uniform, get a Saturn 4 Ultra 16K. If you want a heater and those elements. If you can stretch further still, just a bit further still, get a GK3, the cheapest one. Hope that helps. The tilted vat is a good feature. I like the tilted vat. I think the build plate is daft. The build plate makes the tilted vat useless. Not useless, no, that was completely the wrong word. I think it diminishes the value of the machine as a whole. I like the tilted vat. I like that it peels that way. I think it should allow us to do both. I think it should peel and have a little bit of rise. I think we should get both out of it. I think we should have more control over that machine. I think the build plate, they should just do what they've done on the Jupiter or the GK3 with that, you know, plastic rim and then a flat plate. But yeah, no, I do like the tilting back because one of the things it does as well is get rid of the bubbles. So, but yeah, right. Right, so move that. I've got any cubic coming back to me. Right, right, let's have a nosy. Go back to it. Sorry, I'm getting distracted because, again, beginning of the video, had a bit of an argument with AnyCubic. So now they're telling me that anybody who's pre-ordered it using my link will need to click my link again, the new Kick Booster link, for me to be awarded the commission on my videos supporting the sale. Yeah. And they believe people will click it twice. Yeah, okay. Absolute. Yeah. They've got tracking, but they won't award. Sorry, I am pissed off, and you validated me that I'm not being petty about that, so I'll go and have that argument later. That's a me thing, but I want you to be aware of it. Henry says, am I going to test the Algo Laser Pixie? Rising Ape already has. I'd love to hear your opinion. I trust James. They've not reached out to me. They've not said anything. Honestly, and I don't think it's just me. I think it's a lot of people on the channel getting a bit bored of lasers, and I'm not just getting bored of lasers because I'm not getting bored of lasers because I don't enjoy them. I do enjoy lasers, but my God, these things are so much worse than what X-Tool are putting out, and I don't think X-Tool are. This isn't like Bamboo versus Next Printer. This is like Bamboo versus every printer on the market is every other printer on the market is a Two Trees. Like, and if you haven't heard of that brand, good. So yeah, that's the difference. So I'm getting fed up of reviewing shit and going, this is shit because, and it's so far away, and these brands, it's not that they're not listening, they don't, I don't think they have the developers or the finances for the developers to fund it. Speaking of which, shall we talk about the My Mini Factory Slicer? That's a topic I want to talk about to promote it. Right, anyway. No, I'm probably not unless they reach out to me, and even if they do, I'll probably turn it down. If heating in the vat is needed, is the Mono M7 Max the best value available? The Mono M7 Max is I think it's a very good printer. I think I wish it was higher resolution. I don't think it's the best value available, because the other thing you've got to consider with a bigger printer is they're more cumbersome. If you're printing bigger things, you need a bigger wash and cure. And if you're printing miniatures on a big plate, unless you're filling that plate, then you are potentially ruining, like if you're just putting a few things on there, remember every time a screen fires up, it marginally reduces the life of that LCD panel, so you're killing a large area a lot quicker for a lot less output, unless you're actually going to maximize the volume on every print. It's one of the reasons why I try to fill my plates on every print, so that I can get the majority of, I can get more prints out of the lifespan of the machine. That being said, I think the M7 Max is a fantastic printer, probably my favourite printer of last year, because it's the one that fucks up the fewest things. M7 Max or GK3 Ultra, if same price. You need to decide what you want more. Do you want larger prints or not? If you want larger prints and you're happy with what we just discussed around the extra things around that, or GK3 Ultra, sorry, no, I was reading it, or GK3. Right, so you do want a big printer, and they're both thingy. Again, right, so this is the weird thing. The GK3 Ultra, quality-wise, I think they're fine now. I think they solved the issues they were having, and output quality-wise, they're fine. So if you know about the history of those machines, the quality of the ones they were putting out fast was not great when they first launched, but I believe they've improved. Right, with the GK3 Ultra, you've got a really high resolution screen but a soft light source, so you will get more detail but slightly softer prints, and you can just about notice it. On the M7 Max you'll get sharper prints because it's a COB light source, but not as much detail because of the lower resolution, so you'll get sharper jaggies and things like that. And you can soften it a bit with anti-aliasing, but on a screen that size it's only so much. If you print in little detailed things like miniatures, I would go with the GK3. If you're printing larger statues, I think the Saturn IV Ultra will be fine. The M7 Max will be fine. Probably the best way to put it. Wojciech says, thanks. I've got another tricky question. Here we go. The last one took me ages. If you would not be a YouTuber that's reviewing printers but keep all the knowledge, what printer would you choose yourself just to have fun? That one's easy. I would pick that. That is the HeyGears Reflex RS. The one next to it is the RS Turbo. And I'm glad you asked this question, because I normally tell people this anyway. You can get both of them right now. The RS Turbo has a different screen that is slightly faster. Is it so much faster that I would pay even $50 difference in price? No. I would get the HeyGears RS now, if I can, and when that screen dies, I'll upgrade it to the newer screen then. That's what I'd do. Easily that machine. I like the workflow, and bear in mind, yes, I am testing the P1 at the moment. Easily that machine, because I like the workflow. I don't mind paying the premium for their resin, because that gets it right every time. Every time. I have forgotten what print fails are until the last 2 days. Because of that. Easily. Please click my affiliate links if you're going to buy any printer, not just that one. Moving down. Okay, moving down, we've got Pick Your Print 3D. What's my opinion on companies dropping the ban hammer to stop designers selling 3D printed minis for certain game systems, even if they are completely different to theirs? Are you asking me about Gamac? Do you want to just ask me about Gamac? Right. Just, if you want to ask me about Gamac, we'll talk about Gamac in a minute. I want to talk about the slicer, but we'll do that. I shall now research those specific three for a while. No worries, XX Kisser XX. I like that, you've put the kisses around your name. Moving down, Wojciech, thanks. No, got that. Another tricky question. Oh no, I did read that. My Mini Factory has some amazing stuff. Yes, they do. Yes, they definitely do. Right, I need to compose myself. Does anybody care to watch my next live video live? I've just got it from my editor. I need to watch it. Should I get the Bamboo Lab P2S? Yes, please click my links in the description. The P1S is great, but there are some enhancements. The P2S is the next generation, so the handy thing for me is now that you can swap the nozzles easier, and you get if you get the combo, you get the AMS 2 Pro with it. There we go. So yeah, my editor has just sent me my video for let's have a look. Concepts, my live videos for both Concepts 3D and HeyGears. Shall we? Yeah, get the combo. It's fucking amazing. Please click my affiliate link in the description of this video before you do. We'll watch it live, so we can do that. So I need to mute me, and then you can tell. Oh, which one's the latest one? Hang on. That's 1, and that's 2. So we'll watch this. So I'll stick that live on screen, and you get to see what I get to see when talking with my editor. So we'll do that. This might come through louder than it needs to be, but we'll see. Right, I need to figure out how to mute me. Okay, I've got a button to press it. Let's see if this works. Nope, swap the scene. Make it full screen, yeah? Probably a good idea. And yes, we've gotten rid of the repetitive background audio. So I'm just going to sit here and vape and nod along. Any questions, put @FoHammer in the comments. But I want to talk about Gamac, and I want to talk about, what do I want to talk about? I want to talk about My Mini Factory's slicer. Here we go. Hi guys, I'm here at the HeyGears booth at Formnext 2025. You know this, you've watched the other Formnext videos.
Yeah.
So who are you? What do you do?
So my name is Tim, and I'm the overseas China sales manager in HeyGears. And I'm mainly responsible for the North American market and South American market. And with HeyGears, we are mainly focusing on providing the whole 3D printing solutions to the end customer. So which means we are making 3D printing as a tool to create stuff, and not just a toy. So this is, yeah, some basic understanding, yes.
I appreciate that, and I hear this a lot when I'm talking to you guys, is every time I speak to Zoe and my other contacts at HeyGears, and I have concerns around the technology or the product, she is quick to remind me, especially with the new range, that there is more to resin printing than just little miniatures like what I like to print, and statues like that. Which, in fairness, she has said this, and she's like, oh, Reflex 2 is not really for miniatures and models, and then with your Reflex 2 you're showing a statue of a model, but still. So I do appreciate that, and I think this is kind of what I wanted to have a chat with you about today, is what the point of the Reflex 2 is, because like me and a lot of other YouTubers looked at the Reflex 2, we've got some concerns about it in terms of how it's presented versus your previous machines, but I think the more important thing is, what is its point? Who is it for? And because my focus is miniatures and models, I'm not so good at conveying to my audience what this is for. So can you tell me what this is made to make?
So first one, I think this one can be, this Reflex 2 printer can be used in lots of 3D printing service provider. So they will create some engineering parts first, and second, they can create some, you know, high strength, high and transparent strength like this. And also, yeah, you can check, this is very beautiful design. So some of our Chinese factory, they already got over 30 units of the Reflex 2 Pro, Reflex 2, and they create some stuff like this. This will be very unique in the market, and they sell it to earn the margin. So this is the first one, and the second one, this can be used, Reflex 2 can be used in some, you know, designers. So they can design by themselves, and they can design this kind of statue, very beautiful. And so they can use PAT10 resin, print it, transparent, and then spray it with our gloss glaze to make it transparent, and paint it with color.
Right.
So, yeah, so this is very unique in the
So this is
market.
something that isn't on the market right now as we speak.
Yeah.
This is coming soon. So I'll do some B-roll where, because obviously you've got great examples there of so many companies put out these clear models like, look how transparent our model is, but they forget to tell you that it's been polished or clear coated. Whereas you're actually showing us, this is what it looks like when it's printed, this is after the clear coat, and then you can add inks to color it and various other things. So that's really good. So what is it and then, sorry, before I go on, so the Reflex 2 is really there for a more versatile machine rather than what I do, and I want to print little miniatures and statues. So some of the other things we've looked at, in fact, I'm just going to, since we're on transparent, this is incredible. So this is like a huge Tyrannosaurus. And my question was, how have you printed one color inside and transparent outside? But that's not what you've done, is it?
Yeah. So this is similar with this one. So this little Pikachu, right? This little picture. So this is first we printed with a whole statue with transparent resin, and then we spray it with a gloss glaze, like I said, and we leave a hole here. So as you can see, we leave a hole here, and we mixed the transparent resin dye with the water together, and we put it together in the container, and we inject in the little hole and make it colorful inside. So there is a holo. We leave a holo.
So sorry, you've done the same with this one, where we've got we've left a hole in, injected a white dye of some kind, and then it looks like the skeleton's been printed inside. So, okay, that's better for statues. But then, even more interesting, and you're not the only one, I've seen a lot of companies do this now, but you're now 3D printing shoes. Is this on one of your dental machines, your special machines, or is this also on Reflex?
This is printed by our 70A, which we call it PAE20. So this is a designed resin, elastomer resin, which is printed by our Reflex 2 Pro. So Reflex 2 Pro has height of the 350 millimeters, so which is enough for wearing for adults.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And for 70A, you know, the shortness of the shortness from 40A to 80A. So the 40A is the softest one, and the 80A is the hardest one, and this is 70A. So this is stay in the middle.
Yep.
And we design this kind of structure and make it very special and very soft and very comfortable to wear. So it's just like you're walking in the cloud and walking in the air. Yes.
I was genuinely, I was wearing some of the larger ones you had yesterday.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. Like they are really comfortable. I think it's definitely an expensive way to make a shoe, but it's also a more customizable way to make a shoe. People can design their own. There's a lot of versatility in that. I really do like it. What I find it interesting here to see though is, like, as much as when we see you, we see your printers, but like really you're not here selling your printers, because like the HeyGears RS that I use and much of my audience use is hidden back there in the corner.
Yes.
This is more about your solutions that you sell and trying to solve problems and things like that. And that is the bit that HeyGears kind of came into the consumer market. The consumer market, myself, we're very passionate. We want open source. We want all these things. This has been a staple of 3D printing. But you obviously come from the industrial side of 3D printing, moving into consumer. So we're hitting a bit of a wall but people are slowly starting to come around and understand. So when it comes to products like this, it isn't for the home consumer, really. Home consumers can use it, but the versatility of the materials and the ease of use of those versatile materials comes through in the Reflex platform and things like that, which is really cool. And one thing I have to ask, because I always do, and they'll kill me if I don't ask it. Right, so HeyGears RS, really locked down. I'm going to ask, sorry, there was a squeak. HeyGears, and you can correct me on this. So HeyGears RS is locked down. One of the most things people have been really passionate about is, would you open up the slicer so we can have access to the settings? Is that something that I can ask you to do, please? So at least they know that I've asked it. Do you have any comment? Feel free to do as many takes on it. So this is the bit where I'm going to let him have a chance to be creative with his response, but I know things that you may not be allowed to know yet. But go on.
Yeah, but for this one, so I think this is a company strategy, to be honest.
Yeah.
So for HeyGears, why we do the closed source? Because we want to create the quality of the final product. So we can create our own formula, and we can create everything, and we can combine together to make it an integrated system, so that we can control the final product quality. But for opening the system, I think like our dental product line, so they are opening some source, but it depends on the quality of the supplier of the resin.
I think that's it. So what we're used to in consumer printing is choosing our own resins, changing a few settings and going from there, so we can find a material with our properties. So I think I'm going to leave it with, we would like to request that you, HeyGears, allow us access to change our settings. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I want them to know that I am asking it, and if it does happen, it's not going to be because I whinge about it, it'll be because you choose to. So and big stuff. But in the meantime, we can enjoy ease of use, use, and I do. I regularly enjoy your ease of use with the materials you have for my application. If you've got what I would argue is probably a more technical application or a more, what's the word, a more practical application than painting little toy soldier men and tall dollies, then this is definitely a platform to look into. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, I look forward to showing people more, and I look forward to seeing what you do next. People on my channel keep asking me, can I have a Reflex 2 Pro to review? So please. Brilliant. She's nodding. You can see that because it's a 360 camera, so that's fine. Thank you ever so much, guys. I'll see you in the next video. Until then, Phone Hammer out.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I want to thank you for watching. Why the fuck did I do the kiss at the end? Like, why did I end it with... Like, it honestly, like, some of these things, you do it, this is why, guys, I do things with a written script, so I can actually be funny on my terms, not because it's fucking embarrassing. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. It is hard to say, it's hard to say no on the spot. These guys have been dropping little inferences for a while that changes are coming that we'll be positive about, and I think with the competition they're about to have on the market, I don't think I don't think that choice is going to be in their hands much longer. Does that make sense? So yeah, and yeah, I think that was like third interview of the day. Next year, I hope next year I can take some people with me. I think there'll be some more reviews or more products coming out next year from brands that they want to promote. Like Elegoo this year was kind of like, from the previous year, almost tucking their tail. It was like, hey, we've got these printers that have been out for 2 years, and the Jupiter 2 that we announced in March is finally maybe coming soon, but you know, in that time other brands will probably have newer ones out, so what the hell. But that was an interesting one. So let's see what they do. But yeah, it was fun. And yeah, as Henry said, what a contrast compared to talking with Prusa. I think that's the interesting thing. Like a lot of things that I've come to respect since last year's Form Next, especially, is a lot of these guys we speak to, English is not their first language, and like, let's be fair, I think it was quite obvious Tommy from Prusa, English isn't his first language either. I don't know where he's from. Like, he's clearly, I think he's Prague, because he talks about working from Prusa, so I'm going to assume he's from Prague. But his English almost has a South African accent to it, in some of his inflections in words. But when we say, like, the people from China who do these brands, English is not their first language. My word, they are so far disconnected from our ways, our intentions, our culture. And we are, as I said last year, a culture who will dive on every word. If you, nowadays, especially with the internet, if a brand says something with the best intentions slightly the wrong way, we will jump on it and crucify them for it. What did you mean by that? What did you do? Why did you say that? Why did you mean that? And they're probably like, whoa, we didn't mean any of that. It's just the way we say it. So yeah, Prusa definitely carried themselves a lot better by having someone who could. And that's what I wanted from these brands. If you watch the Anycubic review, we had Bill, the product manager of the machine, stood right next to us, and I could tell immediately that, like, this is going to be a terrible interview for people to watch if every few seconds I'm asking him technical questions about the machine, because I'd asked a few beforehand, and it took us 10 minutes just to get a basic understanding and talk about, like, the pressure sensing and auto leveling. And what they told me this time was, like, it's not auto leveling, and you saw seconds of that. They're not calling it auto leveling this time. They say they're calling it assisted leveling, which it sort of is, because instead of auto leveling the machine or using springs and saying it's auto leveling, they're using springs again, which isn't new information. This is on the video, and it's definitely something I talked to them about at Formnext. They're using springs again exactly like they did in the M7, exactly, and you can infer everything else from that. And trying to discuss with him about auto leveling. So when I make the comment in my video saying auto leveling is crap, that's off the back of a 10-minute conversation we'd had, but that was 10 minutes of one feature. So trying to get somebody with the technical understanding to carry that across in an English interview, very difficult. So, but this is where Prusa shines, because this is a complex technology, and if you're brand new, then it's much easier to follow the brand that you can understand, and you can understand Prusa. And if you can't understand the technology, jump on support and get some help. And they're there 24/7, free live support for all their machines. Incredibly useful. It's like buying, if anyone here's from back in the 90s, buying your first PC from PC World or an outlet or something like that, and that sort of thing. Sorry, bear with me. Let's discuss later. Sorry. Right, okay, so moving on from there. Yeah. Forgot what I was on about. Sorry. This is something that, unfortunately, like I'm dealing with China now. It's late at night in China. My contact is still speaking with me, which, you know, I've got to give them credit for. But yeah, a lot of back and forth going on. And if I don't speak to them today, then it's Monday, and obviously things are up in the air. So sorry about that. Moving on, looking at we were talking about like PCs back in the 90s. Like I used to work for PC World, but before that, I bought a PC from PC World. Didn't know what I was doing. Nobody did back then. We didn't have a an internet. Not really. Like it was only months or maybe even years after buying my PC did we get dial-up internet, and even then I couldn't go online and go, hey, what's this problem? Because I didn't know what to look for. It was everything. But yeah, we're doing that now with what do you call it? With 3D printers. It's a complex technology. We do want them to just work. We want the engineers to engineer out the things for us, so we can just turn it on and print. But again, there's a level of complexity there that again, so many people online confidently spouting the wrong information with the best of intentions. They want to help, but so many people telling other people the wrong thing with confidence that then gets perpetuated. So having someone there like Prusa to do that is something we should want to support. So there we go. I'm looking at Micro Center here in the US. If I would buy a Creality, is it K2 Pro or K1 Max? I think the K2 has had some updates, but you need to decide based on volume. Like the K2 Pro is smaller than they're the same, aren't they? They're both 300. I'd go with the newer machine. The Creality got this habit of releasing machines and then releasing new machines, but by the time you buy a K2 Pro, there'll be a K3 out. And that'll fix problems that there are with the K2. I don't know this, but that's what they've trained me to think. So this is what another reason people are pissed off with Creality is because they're releasing too many machines too fast. In the time, like, and I said this about Anycubic, in the time the A1 has existed, the A1 has existed, we've had the Cobra 2, the Cobra 3, the Cobra 3 SE, or second edition or plus or whatever it's called, and now the Cobra X. Wild. So 4 printers from one brand, each one probably getting abandoned and that sort of thing, but yeah, crazy, isn't it? So let's have a nosy. What else are we reading? Micro Center. Maybe I misunderstood what the Bamboo rep said in your video, but he made it sound like they were going to make a printer announcement in Q1. I don't know if there was anything in Q1 specifically, but like what he was inferring to is that the X2 is coming, I think we all know the X2 is coming. We know that just by looking inside of the P2S. There are studs on the sidewall in the P2S that are clearly for a component, probably a heater or something like that, that's going to be coming to the X2. But we'll see. We'll see. Bamboo isn't planning on one-upping the H2C in the next 4 months, right? That isn't the Bamboo way. As we were just talking about the A1, like the A1's been out, other brands have had 4 printers in the time they've had the one. That isn't the Bamboo way. I think Bamboo have created the H2C. I think they need to accept what they've made now for a while. I think that's what Bamboo are. What confuses me with the H2C, and this is what we actually had a private meeting with Bamboo. I say a private meeting. Me and James from Rising 8 went, and we got to sit upstairs at the Bamboo booth and meet with like the senior leadership team. Well, not leadership team, but the senior engineering team, the product manager for the H2, the product manager for the H2 series, another guy who is the go-to-market specialist according to his business card that I'm reading right here. Is that on camera there? Bamboo Lab business card. And then the guy who you saw in John, who you saw in the video, along with my marketing contact. And all of these people we spoke with, and I said, look, right, you've got H2S, which has got a 340mm wide build volume. Then you've got the H2D. The next one up has pretty much got a 330mm build volume, because when you cut off those sides that you can hardly use, then it reduces down. And then you've got the H2C, the bigger one, which has got an even smaller build volume. So it's like the more you buy, the less build volume you get. Bamboo has to accept that. And people said I was wild for bringing this up as a whinge in my H2D video, but I'm like, this isn't Bamboo. Bamboo aren't confusing. This is confusing. And it is. So yeah. Why ahead? I've got a colleague from Hong Kong who learned to speak English in Scotland, talk about accents. Oh my word, that is yeah, that's got to be a mix. Let's have a look. Why design our own models? Just launched a 3D print. We design our own. John 3366. We design our own models. Just launched a 3D printing focused tabletop war game. We're currently still in beta. Plenty of rough edges. Yeah, I mean that happens. Sorry, I'm not sure what that was in context to, but yeah. And then at Fohammer may be right about the audio scratching out once it's in a. I don't understand that. Yeah, so there we go. Right, I've got another video. Should we do Concepts 3D? That's a good video. So I need to click download and then go back. So this is what my editor sends me. And then I go through and add comments and go, can we change this? Can we change that? And this is on Adobe's Frame platform, which is standard. Formnext, there's a lot in here. Concepts 3D. So we're about to meet the other half of the company. It's only a small 9-minute video. I think this is there's 2 more videos after this, really easy ones. But let's have a quick watch this while people think of other thoughts and questions. You can tell I'm flagging now. It's past lunch and I haven't eaten. Hi guys, I am here at Concepts 3D. We know of Concepts 3D. We're excited for the Athena 2. It is a different approach to resin printing to what all the other companies are doing. Very open, lots and lots of tech in there, lots and lots of settings we can change. We can really do a lot with this printer. So you obviously know Nico from my other videos and the interview we did with him. And you are the other half of Concepts 3D. So who are you?
Yeah, I'm Pascal. Yeah, pretty much the brain behind the electronics and a good part of the software of the Athena 2 and also of the Athena 1. In addition, I'm running the operations here in Germany, so if you are getting a machine in Europe, it's pretty sure that I have had my hands on it.
Oh, fantastic. And I love that about you, because you guys actually get obviously manufactured in China. You bring everything into your site and essentially QA test every machine before shipping.
Exactly.
That's incredible. Do you get much sleep?
Hardly.
Bless. So I've got to say, this is obviously the last day of the show. We're both tired, we're both exhausted. But if I can pray and ask you, what's new with Athena 2? So we obviously know about the Athena. We've seen the Athena 2 now. Are there any changes, any updates? What do we know about it?
Yeah, so one major thing that's been rolling out to the existing machines is the new Orion HMI, which has been built together with the Open Resin Alliance people. It's running on all machines here, so it's pretty much production ready. In addition, we've put a lot of R&D into improving resin calibration, so getting more and more into the direction of an auto calibration system somehow.
Brilliant.
To make your lives much easier, especially when it comes to tuning all the motion parameters. And another big thing, we've just launched our resin database, which is currently a standalone application, but will be integrated into the machines directly with the next updates. So curated profiles tested, every profile tested on each machine. If you find a profile that is, you have a resin that's not already in the database, but you figured it out yourself, you can upload it, you get incentives from us to submit working profiles, and that's coming along great. We already have your resin in our database.
Yay,
that's,
fantastic. Wargamer by Fohammer, and yes, that's 3D printed. So this is printed in this, yeah?
Yeah, that's
fantastic.
Apart from the crystal here, that's all Wargamer.
Fantastic. I love to see that, and a lot of people are really loving the resin. Again, I know it's expensive. If we could make it cheaper, we would, but it is, in my personal opinion, the best water washable resin on the market. Great for miniatures. So it's nice to see that included. To be fair, I did bully Nico into making sure that was in there. But no, I think that's what's really good. Like a lot of the pain points in resin printing for the consumer are typically around setting up and getting things set up. So it's one of the things that other brands have done with a lockdown approach. You're going with the more open approach, and not only are you open to all materials, but you're also open to users submitting those materials, similar way to how some slicer brands do it, but at the same time, you guys can then verify it and essentially go verified by, verified by, verified by. So people should, fingers crossed, be able to get their machine, pick a material, if it's in the database, once it's connected to the printer, and select it on the printer and press go. Is that really the aim?
Exactly.
Oh, fantastic.
Exactly.
And then going on from that, I mean, that's what people want. They don't want to muck around with settings. They don't want to do this. But it's also good that you're finding a way to build in the calibration of a printer to the machine itself as well. So that's a really super thing that nobody else has even come close to. So before we even get onto the hardware, I know that a lot of people are excited about that, and you're considering the user through the journey and essentially trying to be everything for everyone, which is perfect. It's applaudable and it's brilliant. I'm also noticing you've got a bit of a cleaning station thing going off here. Is there any other new features you've added to Athena, or what's coming next, or is this not to be?
It is part of the portfolio now, but considering the size, it aims at people operating print farms with 10 plus machines, because to be honest, otherwise you won't need such a system. It comes also with, it has the wash station here, we got a cure station, we got modules for waste management, for work preparation. Like you can set up your whole pre and post processing chain out of these modules and have them more or less dictate how the parts move along in your lab.
Brilliant. Oh, that's good. So that's all built into the software as well. Again, something that other brands, as far as I'm aware, at least in the consumer space, don't do. But you've brought, again, you're a bit more prosumer than consumer, but it's still within the affordable realm for those power users who want to access it. But building some farm-like utilities into the software side of things is going to be incredibly useful for a lot of people. I'm looking around here and I'm seeing weird things plugged into your printer, and I'll take some B-roll and stuff that people will be able to see and get a close-up. But is there anything else that like what's going off there? What's going off there? So that is a printer with a power cable in with another power cable sticking out?
Exactly. So that's part of the Athena 2 Pro, which again aims more at the commercial side of things, so print farms, industry customers. What's nice about this is you can actually daisy chain the machines when setting them up.
Wow.
Which gives you the opportunity to hook up to 10 machines to each other.
Yep.
From a single power outlet.
That's fantastic.
Of course, this doesn't make sense for the
home user.
The home user, but if you're running a print farmer business with 20 plus machines, that really helps a lot, because let's be honest, running a power cable to each and every machine is
that's it. And then you've got also the lastability, this part supply. So I understand, like, you guys want to be talking to places like, I don't know, my mini factory, just off the top of my head, like they've got a print farm, and you know, they've certainly, I know. Sorry, I had to pause that there and then couldn't find the button to unmute me. Can we all just take a moment to appreciate, now bear in mind this was the last day of the show, but whoever BMF are, and I hate to like point out shame on the internet, and it's not shame, it's just a realistic, like, this poor lady in the back who is clearly at the point in this 4-day event, and this, if you've not been to a convention or a show like this, they're exhausting, but this poor lady in the back who clearly is in I do not give a fuck mode at this point of the convention, I think, like, we really do need to appreciate just visually how much that represents how people feel during these shows. But yeah, bless her. I kind of, like, I didn't notice her at the time, but I just want to go now and give her a hug and tell her, like, you've only got 3 hours to go. You've only got 3 hours to go. It's almost over. And for anyone who's probably out there going, oh, shame, she should be standing there selling. No, like, I have worked these shows. I have worked these shows hungover. When we did Nova, we went for a quick night out. A couple of the lads had not been to a show before, and we were in DC, and we were like, all right, let's have a night out, show them, get to see the area, and yeah, we were hanging the next day. I remember doing painting demos, saying to people, guys, look, like, my boss is over there, referring to Byron as my boss because he runs the company. I was like, my boss is over there. I am really hungover. I'm going to try my best, but yeah. So yeah, so bless her. I desperately want to give this woman a hug, and I just wanted to point out, like, how much appreciation we should have for these people working these shows. Anyway, I'll shut up now. We'll do that. They've had challenges which they've managed to overcome. Really smart guys there, but this seems like a more versatile machine that's really aimed at the prosumer, the industrial. I say small industry market, small to medium enterprise, that sort of thing. Exactly. You're doing things that I've not seen any other brand do, but then you've got the benefit of the home user can also benefit from what you're doing. So a lot of what you do is really exciting, really cool. It's certainly in a different realm to everyone else. It's probably not a machine for everybody, but it is a machine for anybody. So
I'm always saying it's as a consumer, it's the second printer you buy, because once you figured out that resin printing is for you and that it solves your problem, and you know what you dislike about the, let's say, Asian brands, then you'll end up here, because a lot of the things that bug you with your Anycubic are solved here.
No, that's a great way to put it. I want to say thank you, Pascal. I really do appreciate the time. Guys, check out the Athena 2, again, available for order now, so it's on order. Obviously, you're fulfilling as many orders as you can. Just be aware, these guys are a smaller company, but it is a company that I think after you get to know the team, and especially, like, see the interview with Nico, you can understand the heart behind this brand, and it's certainly one that I personally want to succeed more than many others. So thank you again for your time. I'll take some B-roll so people can get a bit of a closer look, and I look forward to seeing what you're doing soon. So thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. I want to thank you for watching, with a huge thanks going out to our members who are on screen now. Please consider joining them to support the channel, get your name up in lights. Yeah, so there you go. So that's what I do. There's absolutely no changes to those videos. I will just say no changes needed. Both perfect. I've got 2 more to do. One of them's just a quick one with E3D, and then I also got to use Tommy's Tommy gun. and that sort of thing. Has anyone seen the Gatling gun, the 3D printed Gatling gun kit? I do say in the video, I'm going to go back this now. No kiss that time. I do say in the video that I'm going to go and back this now, but I did not realise it was like $400 to back the kit. I thought it was like $100. So I haven't backed it. I haven't got $400 to back a minigun to use on the channel. I don't know how Uncle Jesse affords it. I'm clearly doing it wrong. But yeah, I think that'll be a good one. Yeah, handing out Red Bulls. The problem is, if I had a cooler full of Red Bulls at a convention like that, I would drink them all. You know what? It was actually difficult to get cans of pop. I think it's because of the haul and what was in there. Like, they wouldn't even sell bottles. Like, I thought I was buying a bottle of pop from one of the vendors. Pop is, what do you call it? It's pop, isn't it? I don't know. Americans tell me. Fizzy pop? Is what we call it. I was buying a bottle of apple schorle, but someone said P1P is open. Might be at an earlier point in the video, but yeah, soda, fine. I was buying a bottle of soda, but I didn't get a bottle of soda. They opened up the bottle, and yeah, DDD designer, you well back in the video, but whatever. And I thought I was buying a bottle, and they poured it into like a cup about that big, and then put it back in the fridge. And I was like, I want the bottle. It's like €4 or €5 for this. I was like, oh wow, Christ. But yeah, sorry, I blaspheme too much for some people. But yeah, so there we go. Any American that tells you it's anything else is wrong. So yeah, it's fizzy pop. It's fizzy pop, guys. What is wrong with my mic? Am I still having it? Are we still having the static noise when I speak? Sometimes I do this. Hopefully that's gone. Might be a bit of a mess up. I do get this with the mic too sometimes anyway. But yeah, some regionals: soda, soda pop, pop, Coke. Yes, all flavours and brands. Soft drink. Yes, still. All right, let me give me a second while I try and correct my mic. But I'm worried this might fuck up on stream, so I have to unplug it and plug it back in. So let's see what happens. Okay, is that working again? Oh, it came straight back. Let's hope this is better. I get this when I'm recording videos as well. My editor sometimes gets recordings where it just goes. I think if you have a look at my Frozen Mighty Revo video, that one's like the way he edited it with all the cracks in, and then I had to go back in and like say the same word again. It was crazy. So right, what did we want to talk about? Okay, 3 topics. Lasers. Is everyone happy that I'm doing laser content? I'm enjoying lasers. I think they're really good. I've got a really awesome laser sat right here. This box that you can see me touching is the best fucking consumer laser in the damn world, and I have it right here, and I can't review this right now because I've got that P1 on my desk. But again, as you know, I'm going to film it and then I'm going to move it into this area where I've got extraction and all that. So yeah, it is an X tool. It's an X tool. My video is going to be called "Do Not Buy the X Tool F2 Ultra." Buy the X Tool F2 Ultra instead, because there's 2 F2 Ultras. So laser's not by interest, but sometimes I watch your videos. Yeah, I appreciate it. Like, laser content doesn't do as well for me, but I've got to be honest. Like, I need to do some videos that, for me, that I enjoy. And I know I was whinging about lasers earlier, and it's not that I don't enjoy 3D printers, but it's a bit repetitive, and unless I have something that's like new and interesting, where I can actually learn, where my brain can actually learn something new. Printers are very samey at this point. Like, it's okay, more colours, more this. Sometimes they do something exciting that no one else has done, like the Snapmaker, like the Index. The Snapmaker was such a refreshing machine for me. The P1 is being an incredibly refreshing machine for me because it's not same old. Like, you'll have noticed I've done like Nova 3D videos and stuff like that, and I'm just like, oh god, this is Like, you're just doing things I've said 100 times you shouldn't do, and your quality's crap, and your thing is yeah. So someone's just also our Maycare sending me the Z1. So that is in, oh crap, where is it? So that's in this box. So so it's a busy time ahead for me. So I've got to do a laser and the Z1 CNC machine back to back. Whilst doing the P1S, whilst I've got coming the H2C, I've got the P1, P2S, I should be getting a Core 1L. Creality have just told me about a new printer that's coming and they need out in the middle of December, that they didn't show at Form Next. Or at least if they did, I missed it. And then Creality's got a new laser coming, but for some reason their laser team are not speaking to me at all. Like, at all. I have chased them and chased them and chased them. They have just completely ghosted me. Probably because I refused to make the changes they wanted on my Falcon A2, A1 Pro video. But yeah. Sorry, I'm not going to lie about your machines, guys. I'm not. What worries me is the laser team might want to work with people who will do what they say, and I am open to factual errors, and I'll correct any that I've made. But if you send me a laser with a fan filter that doesn't fit, and you don't tell me until 2 days before the video goes live that you're releasing a new one that is compatible, tough. Like, sorry guys, but no. Yeah. Oh yeah, I pay for YouTube. Wirehead, I pay for YouTube Premium because I watch a lot of YouTube. I probably watch more YouTube than Netflix or anything else now. I like the no ads, but yeah. Anyone else getting the ad for that home tabletop CNC machine? Yeah, is that the Z1, or there's another one out there now? But yeah, so everyone's okay with lasers. I appreciate it's not what everybody loves, but yeah, the point is, like, I'm enjoying it, so I'm doing it for me because I learn new stuff. It's all new to me. So it keeps me engaged and it keeps my creative juices flowing more than printers have until recently. The last year has been pretty dull on printers. Like, we've had the H2, I don't know, the H2, there's something there that's just like, here, like, we've seen, it's a bigger bamboo. I don't think dual nozzle was the wow that they hoped. I don't think the 2C was the wow that they hoped. I think the Index and the Snapmaker have had more interest. So yeah, so it's good to have a change, a bit of variety. I like to play with CNC machines as well. They're just fun. I'm sorry, but drilling stuff out of metal makes me feel, I'm gonna say this, and sorry that it assumes gender roles, but it makes me feel manly when I carve things out of wood and metal, mainly wood. So who doesn't like playing, who in this chat does not like playing with wood? And I've just noticed there was a spike. Just as I said that, there was a spike. We went up to like 102 viewers and then cut down to like 86. So it was like, okay, fair enough. Maybe that answered the question for me. But yeah, so I like lasers. I think what I said in my summary though is true. Is you either get a cheap one, in which case I think Creality are probably top of the cheap brands. For consumer, because they're approaching it software wise like a consumer. The H2 laser, I probably wouldn't bother with a laser inside a printer, but yeah, I am enjoying lasers. Xtool are so far ahead of the competition that when I do videos for them, it feels like I'm doing an advert more than a review, but they are just that much better. They are that much better, so much better, it's crazy. So playing with wood, what? Who said what? So right, let's talk about something else. Let me see if I can get this up. Talk amongst yourselves for a second, because I want to, in fact I'm going to start off with this because it's in the same ballpark. Get these El Miniaturista, they're awesome. You get a paint guide with them, 2 busts. You'll never paint them as good as him, but and incredible creator. that people just want to support. I love how the background of my mini factory is just Warhammer models. Oh no, it's not sorry, it's his paintings, isn't it? Sorry. Okay, so let's talk about this. So I've actually had conversations. I say conversations. I've had an email from both Lychee, whatever. I asked them how you pronounce it, and their response is they don't care. I'm going to pronounce it how I pronounce the fruit, which is their logo, Lychee. And I've also had an email from these guys saying, can you do this? And there is a topic that I alluded to recently. I love how this is $2.99 here when you can get a similar one for free on Maker World or Printables. But okay, good luck with that, mate. He'll probably sell some, I imagine. But yeah, so, oh, what the hell? Loot Studios is on my mini factory. That's a bit, oh, it's only their props. Right, okay, that makes sense. So, fine, alright, it's a select thing. Obviously, you still want to go directly with Loot Studios. That Baron Void, by the way, is an absolutely gorgeous sculpt. Incredible, so well done. I think I've got that somewhere, and I want to print it, but I'd be scared to paint it. Like, I've got this one, which I'm still in the middle of. I've printed 2 of them, the bust version of it, and I tried some metals. Anyway, what are we doing? So here's the thing that you might not know about that is so terribly... I mean, it's not even on the... Bear in mind, they're trying to promote this. It's not on their front page. Okay, let me find it on a separate tab and bring it to you. Here we go. Soul Crafted. Has anyone heard of Soul Crafted? The Soul Crafted slicer. Let's watch the video. Sorry if that's too loud. There might be an echo. So I'm just gonna mute me again. Where have I put my stream thing? I'm gonna turn it down so it's not too loud. Mute. So, sorry if that was louder than me. What do we think about that? So, just to give you the gist, my mini factory is looking to create their own slicer. Yeah? So they're looking to create their own slicer. It's very anti-AI. Yeah? So, lots of things... Don't Prusa have a resin, an open source resin slicer? Am I misinformed? Yeah, you are. You're not misinformed, sorry. You're right. I'll talk about the repair, Michael Turner, in a minute. It's good. The repair thing is something you do want to do. Photon Workshop does it as well. You need to look up what intersecting shells are. That's the most important thing. Very common in the models put out by a lot of creators, and depending on how the printer treats the model, those intersecting shells may not be fully attached within the model, which can lead to errors in printing, because the printer will render that as not a connection or a weaker connection, and you can get things to fail. So Soul Crafted. So it's very anti-AI. Obviously, this is coming off the back of Lychee going AI. Now, I put a questionnaire out on my page the other day. What do we think about AI? And AI is a topic that I think I wouldn't mind doing a live stream about, because I've been contacted by Tripo AI or Tripo. I've been contacted by Tripo AI, and they're like, "Hey, will you promote our thing?" And I was like, "No." And I said the same thing to Lychee. I'm like, "I'm not going anywhere near AI at the moment. I'm not touching it, because no matter what I fucking say, when it comes to talking about AI in resin printing, I'm going to be dragged over the coals for having an opinion." And of course I have an opinion. I've got an opinion about a lot of things, but I don't want to be dragged over the coals for the sake of having an opinion, whether that's good or bad, positive or negative. I am more of a, okay, let's see what happens. Let's wait for the dust to settle and go from there. I had enough pain last year with the fucking HeyGears thing, with me saying, hey, the HeyGears printer is great and I like the ecosystem, and then everyone, I say everyone, a very vocal majority going, you shill, you sell out, you blah 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 blah, and I'm like, well, no, it is easier. I prefer this workflow. And here we are a year later, and oh look, everyone suddenly fucking agrees with me. But I went through enough friggin' pain last year to not want to go through that again, which is why I don't want to approach the subject of AI as promotional content, for good or bad. And so on the side of Lychee, I'm like, sorry guys, don't want to be promoting you at the moment because it'll just invite AI hatred. But the same thing with this. I don't want to be promoting Soulcrafted, because I also don't want to be like, oh, let's do this and champion anti-AI. Because again, if you look at the audience on that poll I did on my channel, we've got around 35% who are very, no, AI is horrible, blah blah, hate it, disgusting, worst thing ever. A small proponent who's like, yep, I use it all the time, and then the majority kind of sit around the, when it gets better, maybe I'll consider it. So you can't, perfect, well done, Frenzy 3D Printing, you're right, you can't win on hot takes. It's never what I wanted this channel to be. There are many channels out there who I mean, it's a bit difficult because, like, they thrive on reactive content, and they're like, oh, this has got an emotional hook with passion, and I know which way the majority is going to swing. Let's agree with the majority and go that way. And I just don't sell out my integrity that easily either way. The truth for me is I don't know which way I don't know which way it's going to go on AI. Do I think there's a lot of immorality in there? Yes, I do. Do I have serious concerns about those people who are having their work used without permission to train these models? Yes, I do, but I also don't know enough about it to know that that is exactly how they're built. Like, I wouldn't be able to go to some of my favorite people like Loot Studios, One Page Rules, Archvillain Games, Titan Forge, even Tarot Model Maker, although he doesn't put his STLs out online, but he's a friend of mine, so I'm going to mention him. If you want plinths, get them from him, or Titan pieces, or Knight pieces, don't know the difference. Never liked Knights or Titans, but the point is, like, I don't know that is how it works, and I couldn't go, hey, you've used my favourite person's stuff to go from there, to build your model, which we're now stealing from. So I've had Tripo AI contact me and say that, and I said, okay, well, how about we do it as a live stream? How about we bring you in and you talk about it and you show us how it works, you show us the potential, I'll have a play with it, and then we'll have the discussion. We'll have the discussion out in the thing, and I don't want that to be, I want it to be less promotional than a, hey, this is a thing, everyone go and get it, because I don't think that's right. I think we need to talk about the ethics. I think we need to do that. At the same time, AI is not going away. So, as somebody has just said, yeah, John, you've just said, AI is not going away. And yeah, I've got access to Trippo AI. I need to have a play with it, because I want to tell you the right information, the truth about can it even do models as good as a sculptor or anything like that. Yeah, why? Yeah, let's maybe have that chat on Discord or something. Um, but again, like it's weird how it's been or is being adopted into into just humanity in general. So many people I've had conversations with hate 2D image and 3D image generation, but use ChatGPT. Now, bear in mind, before I did the YouTube thing, I had a website. My When I've asked it questions, I've used ChatGPT. Of course, I have. Everyone's used it. When I have asked ChatGPT questions about miniature painting, I can tell that it's getting its information, some of its information, from fohammer.com, because I am the only person who has written some specific topics in certain ways, or even about them at all, that's publicly available on the internet. So I'm confident. I can't prove it, and I'm confident that I'm having my work taken and used by these tools, and it disencourages me. Disencourages? Yeah, that's a word, right? You know what I mean. It stops me wanting to write more, and I love writing. Writing is like when I get to sit down, I get to put some music on and write my scripts. That's my peace. That's my meditation. That's why, and I think that comes across in the videos when I'm reading my scripts, the passion, and I can carry that across, and that sort of thing. But I also have to accept reality, and the reality is the pits did close. The reality is my auntie doesn't have a job anymore because you now scan your own shopping at a counter rather than go to her at a checkout. The truth is, I would struggle to find a job as an 18-year-old like I did back when I worked on the tills at McDonald's down on Listergate in Nottingham. And these things, the difficulty I have with AI is that I think when it comes to art, is it because art is a more skilled thing? Like you can, I don't want to be, it's a hard conversation to have without sounding like I'm talking down about people. And this is why it's difficult to have conversations nowadays, because any of this could be taken as a snippet out of context, and used to fucking shit on me. But as I didn't feel that as a McDonald's till operator I was a skilled employee. I had not trained for years, gone to university and studied sales or anything even close to that. I turned up, applied for a job. I got the job because nobody else had applied, and I could string a sentence together over the person next to me who maybe couldn't, and I got a day's training on how to use the till, and then I used the till, and that was my job. I think it's because of the heart of design. Like, when it comes to anything creative, passion plays a part of it. The human soul, or whatever you want to call it, plays a part, and that's where this is more damaging. But at the same time, realistically, it exists. It does exist, and I have to be a realist about it and say, okay, yeah, like the pits closed in England. They still closed. Now, we don't do it the same way now. There isn't currently protests against AI with pickets and stuff like that. But even when there was pickets about people losing their jobs down the pits, they still closed. So yeah, like, and a lot of your comments are great. Like, Tom's, yeah, no, because it's, as he said, no, because it's got emotions and the artist wants to tell a story with the art they make. When AI makes art, it misses everything. It's a soulless image, and yes, 100% that. And this is where I'm torn, because I'm like, I agree with that because in principle at the same time we can apply the same logic to let's look at the Bamboo X1 and let's look at the Creality K2 Pro. The K2 Pro does pretty much everything, if not more, than the X1, but it loses the soul of what makes the X1 the X1. It copies it, but it doesn't understand why. Yeah? Sorry. What were we talking about? What are we talking about? This is just a crazy fucking monologue. Welcome to how my brain works. Anyway, the point of all of that, like, bear in mind, I try and get this much into a video. If my focus is mainly wargaming terrain, are you talking FDM Siegfried, or are you talking resin? Like, I would always go for a resin printer for anything wargaming because I want to paint it and look the best. But if you're looking for a terrain thing and you want FDM, just get an A1. They're cheap, and a lot of people have them. An A1 or a P1 or a P2. Because of the Bamboo, because of the size of the community, you are more likely to have people out there who will help you get your profiles dialed in to get them as best as they can be for miniatures. So, oh, you've got a reflex turbo, then in which just get an A1. They're cheap. Any impressions on Concepts 3D booth? I have 2 Athena 2 coming, excited but also a bit anxious. I made the right choice. So if you've just joined Primitive Man, we've just had a look at, skip back in the video, and I've actually just shown my video that I did with Pascal at the Concepts 3D booth. So yeah. Anyway, coming back to this, because I wanted to talk about the AI slicer. All of that AI preface kind of comes into, so Soul Crafted is built around, we want this to be open, we want this to be yours. Like bear in mind, My Mini Factory have the largest miniature library online. They could not that they would, but they have the potential to take that entire library, feed that into an AI algorithm, and make probably one of the best AI tools that there is on the platform, but that there is in the world. They have the resource in terms of model data to do that, but they want to do all these things together, and they want to go, okay, we want to make this purely like non-AI and anti-AI. Right. So here I am. I'm in the resin world. I've got a foot in the laser world. In the laser world, all of the brands, I can't think of one that isn't, are pushing AI tools, AI tools, AI tools. And the consumer is snapping them up. They're going, wow, so I can generate the art and then laser it onto my thing in seconds, in minutes. Wow, that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And that's the sort of thing where I kind of look at that as to be a bit of a preface to what it's going to be like in the future of the resin world. And if My Mini Factory are doing this, okay, this is good, and it's very altruistic and very pro the community. I don't know that with the general public, none of you lot, because you all care enough about 3D printers to be spending your Friday watching me talk about 3D printing. I'm talking about the general consumer, the person who buys the Creality K2 Plus over the H2D because 350 is better than 330 millimeters. Those are your average consumer. Do they care? Do they care? Are they going to back this? Well, here's the thing. So already this slicer has earned $107,000. Now, that's a lot of money to you and me as an individual, but to somebody who's developing a slicer, that's two developers for a year. Are they specialist developers with experience in resin printing and have an awareness of all the different products out there and and do they know what is needed to make a slicer? Is that enough to bear in mind 90% of the printers on the market have the boards in them by Chitu Systems? Have they got the contacts within Chitu Systems? Because from what I understand, Lychee and the way that works, or Lychee, it's Lychee, the way that works is reverse engineering. I don't know that Chitu Systems are directly supporting. Bear in mind, Chitu Systems, who make the competing product Chitu Box, are feeding Lychee with the information they need in order to make a good slicer, or are Lychee reverse engineering everything? Oh, okay, so there you go. So Wirehead, that is 1.5. So oh yeah, it's dollars as well. I'm thinking pounds. So that is 1.5 engineers for a year, and I don't, or engineers or developers. That's how much they've got. That's how much they've earned. 286 people have backed this. Right. So me and a mate of mine did this the other day. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Not comments. There is a place on here that you can break down by how many about campaign. If we go to buy now, here we go. This is it. So let's work this out. Calculator. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, so we've got 83 pioneers at $5. So 83 times 5 is 450, and I'll make a note of this off screen. 415. This is going to be interesting. We've got 150 pioneers at $15. So 150 times 15, that's 12. 15, 2,250. We've got 19 pioneers at £50. 50 times 19, 950. What else have we got? One pioneer at £1,000, one pioneer at 500, and 27 pioneers at 100. I'm not going to do the math on that. It's 2,700. So, right. So let's do the math. 2,700 plus 500 plus 1,000 plus our numbers from earlier, 415 plus 2,250 plus £950, £7,815, give or take, dollars. So where's the other 100,000 coming from? So I'm going to infer that they have injected 100 grand of their own money. Yeah, like, this is an interesting topic, isn't it? So they've probably put 100 grand in, not told maybe not told anyone. I don't. Maybe it's on there. It might say on there that they've invested. They're going to invest as well. But it's also discouraging. Like, this is the thing I don't like. And I don't like this with 3D printer brands. Bear in mind, I love my mini factory. I use my mini factory. I'm not shitting. Like, I'm not shitting on my mini factory. I'm concerned about this in two ways. One, they haven't got that in total sales. They've got that. That's fucking gaslighting. Am I wrong? Like, they might have they said in here invested themselves? We're not starting history. We're embedded in this community, and it's invested. Nothing with invested. Let's see, there's a lot of hour in there, but yeah, they might have said they've invested in it, but they haven't said we've put 100 grand in ourselves. So they've made 7 grand from the community. That's it. And with that 107 grand, they can pay a developer and a half for a year. I don't know that and I don't know that they even know what they're doing in terms of a slicer. Bear in mind, this was just words. All of this was just words. There's no screenshots. There's no mock-ups. There's no. I don't know that this is going to happen. It has got honeypot vibe. with a lot with exaggeration in there. It's a lot of promises. It's a lot of words. If this were a Chinese Kickstarter campaign, I would have serious red flags and be doing a video going, "Whoa, whoa, no, yeah." Yeah, so I want to get behind it. I would love more competition in this space. We've got Chitubox, we've got Lychee. Any Cubic Photon Workshop, get the latest version. That's really stepped up. We've got Satellite. Okay, Satellite is very obviously that. What was that? I forget the name of it now. Voxel Dance Tango. Which didn't even it was fine, but it didn't even get the basics of navigation right. We've got Blueprint, which I love for the workflow, but at the same time I think they've let it go quite a bit. And then we've got the one that Concepts 3D are making, which I think is built off another one that I haven't used much. So yeah, is this right, guy? Like, what? How should I'm going to sit back. I'm just going to ask, how should I be reacting to this slicer? I'm really torn. I love my mini factory. I do love my mini factory, but going out there going, we're anti-AI, good, and that will last them as long as, like, and again from my audience, which I think is fairly representative of the whole printer users community. We've got 30% of the audience going no to AI, and everyone else going, yeah, when it gets good. So okay, it's not a minority. It's certainly a valued opinion, but again, it's indicative of the thoughts of the wider community, and I don't think that is based on lasers and other technologies. I don't think that is going to be the proponent that grows. But yeah. But and again, I love my mini factory who are saying the right thing, and are trying to sell to what I think will become a minority with $7,000 struggling with this. It really isn't it. Yeah, okay, let's read some comments. I've been a creator for almost 50 years in one form or another, and I have no problem with AI. Again, only as shitty as the person using it. Okay, that seems like a balanced view. On the Athena, the ORA works on a slicer too. Oh, Nano DLP, yes. They haven't actually said anything yet worth noting, sorry, but no more than that yet. Yeah, that's it. Like, it's very. I think this is why people aren't backing it. Like, we need to see something. Show us something. Show us some concepts. It's just words. I honestly feel sorry for these 286 people. It feels like getting duped. Yeah, 100k isn't even enough to hire a couple of interns to do vibe coding. I don't know what vibe coding is, but yeah, that was my concern. I was like I've worked at a company that had a lot of developers, like 50k a year. Yeah, junior coder. And that's pounds, not dollars. People secretly support AI, and those who don't are a vocal minority. I don't know that it's I don't know that it's so few that it's a minority, but yes, I definitely think. I think that the people who do support AI and its usefulness are quiet in the same way a Trump voter probably wouldn't say the majority of a Trump voter won't say they voted for him, or at least that's what I've been led to believe by a lot of my American friends I've met. Just begin to watch your live stream. Do I think Snapmaker U1 is a good buy right now as a multicolour 3D printer? And is the 849 pre-order price worth it? Yeah, I think that's a brilliant price for what I was using this printer at the beginning of the stream. Admittedly to make single color prints, but yeah, I think it's a great machine. It's got a way to go to kind of be Bamboo level, but the design principles and what they're doing are clearly aiming for that. So like, in terms of quality, probably it feels bottom of top tier, like they're pushing to be accessible like Bamboo are, which is really good. But yeah, I do like it. Funny I should say that. I was like, oh, good idea. Never crossed my mind that it could be a hoax. See, I don't think this is a hoax. Like, I've met these guys. I've met the CEO. He's got a lot of creative ideas. One of the main guys in there is somebody who I meet at most conventions. Really lovely guy. But it also feels a lot of the time like every time they have an idea, they run with it without fully finishing the last one. Like, if you want to do something, guys, and you want us to give you money, tell us how much it'll cost to speed up your servers so that you can flex them up on new release day, because I know their servers are slow, but let's be honest, like, first day of the month is when all the new creators release their new models and everyone wants the new models on the same day. You can't scale for that easily in, you know, web dev accessibility world, as far as I can do that. But yeah, it's not a hoax, but they should invest in their platform more. They talked to me, and again, this was 18 months ago, about creating like a bit of a social thing, and I said, hey, maybe you should create like an Instagram type thing where people upload their pictures of models, because we've lost Instagram. Instagram has become TikTok too, and for miniature painted, Instagram and printed model and painted models was somewhere we used to hang out. They could have taken that audience, but I don't really know where that's gone to. Yeah, like invest in their platform. Oh, there we go. Supporter of the Soul Crafted Initiative. I missed this earlier. The Soul Crafted Initiative. All right. Well, I'm a supporter of Faux Hammer videos. What? It's not a hoax, but it feels so shady, whilst at the same time going, we're not using AI. No, you're not using AI, but you are gaslighting people. I'm very passionate about this, clearly. Moving on. Good idea. Vibe coding is asking the AI for code and saying, yeah, that looks good. Right, okay, fair enough. That is what I hear a lot do nowadays as well. Oh, Tom, so you've actually backed it. Okay. And again, I hope something comes of it. I do hope something comes of this. Genuinely, I hope that's clear. It feels dirty. If this was a 3D printer brand and I was reviewing this, I would rip it to fucking shreds. Yeah, so that's my thoughts, and I don't think I'm wrong to feel that way. It's very ugh. AI can write get AI to write the code. It'll be a lot cheaper. I love that. The best thing is, it's so anti-AI, but you know that the people who do the coding for whatever this slicer is going to be will be using AI at some point during the development of it. So wild. Kickbaity. Again, please support My Mini Factory, guys. I don't mean to be this shitty, this shitty on them. I love My Mini Factory. They really have brought us something wonderful in being My Mini Factory, but I wish they'd just focus on that. I want to like Soul Crafted. I want to like this slicer. I want another slicer. I want a slicer to actually push us forward. I don't like the idea of stealing from artists to create 3D rendered artists, but at the same time, I'm realistic enough to know that people are gonna use it. The second, I mean, told you this would get passionate. This is what happens when I get at my weakest. About over a year ago, we interviewed Neil Hollis, who gifted us, and I've got it. I want to show you. Sorry for my gut, but please don't fall, please don't drop. He actually gifted us on the painting phase. This is a Slayer sword winning model. Like, not Slayer sword, sorry, that is a Golden Demon winning model from Neil Hollis. And we interviewed him, and yeah, alright, we probably should have been a bit more delicate in the way we handled it, because we weren't at the time aware of just the passionate response AI would get, and he got dragged over the coals, and I feel awful for that, because Neil is a wonderful person. He really is a nice guy, and we were having a laugh, and Neil was objecting to the people who sent him hate mail. There's a video going around online where he called his detractors virgins. That wasn't what he was saying. What Neil was saying is the people who sent him hate mail, who have got nothing better to do than just send him hate. And he was using the colloquial term that so many people have used, like, come on, us angry nerds in basement, air virgin, like, we've all used that. But he got dragged over the coals, and I feel bad for being a part of the show that didn't properly represent who Neil is as a person. He is a fantastic, wonderful, and great human being, and he got shit on a lot for I think he made a mistake. I think he made a few mistakes, and I don't think he admitted to some of them. But he likes to push the envelope. He does. He's still a god tier painter. So AI is quite for me, and that sort of thing. And no one's come round on that, but it's very, very fucking passionate. I don't know whether it's something that we should promote, but I also know that the amount of people that sent him hate for that sort of thing, so many people are like, AI's horrible, AI's horrible. I want to know how many of those people will still think that the second you can go, please give me a Space Marine in this pose, and you get a perfect one. That's my question. There we go. There we go. So let's have a look. I get that point, but it's £15, not $1,000 for a printer, and I'm fine. And I'm fine if there's also no slicer at the start of 2027. I just hope that my $15 helps to create something I like. Absolutely good attitude to have with that, Tom. I think that's fantastic. Yeah, it's $15. You can disappear it, and I think $15 to support a company that you want to support is a wonderful thing. I really do. So I hope that this wasn't anti. I mean, it was a bit anti My Mini Factory, but I'm concerned. So, yeah. So I've backed a few Kickstarters. Yeah. Yeah. So there we go. What else did I want to talk about? So we did that. We talked about Soulcrafted. We talked about lasers. The only other thing I've got is Gamac, which someone kind of brought up earlier. But yeah. I think we've covered the AI thing, haven't we? Gamac is the guy who is generating funds to basically fight Games Workshop in court legally. Yeah, I think I'm too tired for that at this point now, and I've also got to go shortly. So yeah, Games Workshop going after artists. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one because I've got to go pick my kids up in like half an hour, so that will be when the stream ends. Don't forget, we've got Prusa's video going live tonight. If you're not a member and don't have early access to the early access version of that video, then definitely check that out tonight at 5:15, our usual time for videos, and we'll go from there. But yeah, it's a bit weird because Games Workshop own the IP. I have sculptor friends who work at Games Workshop. I think plastic's better than resin. This is me as the guy who pushes resin printers on everyone. Plastic is a better medium to work with than resin. They sent Gamac, which isn't a person's name, it's the name of a studio run by the guy who does the videos, I forget his name, and he's decided, no, we're going to fight back, we're investing a lot of our own money, please go fund me and put some of your own money in there as well, so that we can actually fight back against Games Workshop. and we can go from there, and hopefully I hope that this resolves it for all of us. I hope this just puts a nail in the coffin once and for all, so we know what is right and what isn't right. I want to support Gamak because not because I want him to win, but because I want the fucking answer. I want the answer. So he's fighting back. What do I think of the Bamboo Labs H2C? And if you like it, would you wait for another better one in the future? I like the H2C. I've seen it in person. I've not used it. If you're wanting multicolour and multi-material, and you want 8 materials and faster swapping, still not as fast as a Bondtech Index or a Snapmaker U1, but you're happy with that because you get the Bamboo ecosystem, then yeah, definitely get the H2C. If you don't need colour changing and you don't need material swapping, do yourself a favour and get a 2D or a 2S. Save some money, save some space. If you are not going to use that feature, be serious. If you're not going to use that colour feature, don't spend that much money. So, but yeah, so Games Workshop is a bit of a thing. They own their IP. They're right to protect their IP. They're suing people like Gamak for. They're not suing him for copyright infringement. They're suing him for unfair selling practices or something like that. Unfair competition or something like that. And honestly, just I don't understand what that means from a legal sense, but just the wording alone makes me think that's fucking rich, guys. I'm not an anti-Warhammer person. I'm a pro-Warhammer person. I love Warhammer. I love the style of the models. I love all of the things they can do. But I got into Warhammer in the 90s, where I could take my models, customize them, and make my own army. The problem is a technology has come along now that allows people to make models of equivalent, if not better, quality at home than what GW can manufacture, and of course they're concerned about it. They need to fight back. Gamak should be allowed to make proxies just at the same, like you can get Cocoa Pops or Choco Crispies. You can get cornflakes or whatever flakes, a knockoff store. All of these things exist. So, absolutely, yeah. So long as it hasn't got copyrighted iconography and all the things GW can do, we should be allowed to make proxies. That's my view. That's my view. I will still want the originals. I want the sculpted by Darren Latham, because I don't think I've met him a few times. I really like the guy. I'm a huge fan of the guy. I don't think we're close enough to say friends, but like I do speak to him. I want to support him. He's a great creator, sculptor, painter, and teacher. He was fantastic with his teaching, and I want to support that. But yeah, like, sorry, check out Gamak. I think we should support Gamak. Anyway, we've got Preachy, haven't we? And I can tell because the amount of people watching is getting lower. But yeah, those are my thoughts on it. I think they're interesting topics. I do think they're interesting topics, and I kind of want to share my takes on them. So, yeah, and the whole time I've had my mini factory up. I forgot about that. Oh, at least I've done some promotion for them. Lychee as well. Lychee, yeah, they're using AI stuff. I think in time, I think the noise will die out around that, and it's still a very good slicer. It's still the best one for supports. Yeah. Have I heard anything about the Prusa SL1X? It was mentioned in passing at the end of their big event about a month ago. I want an SL1X, but that's the resin one, isn't it? If you're talking about the resin one, then yeah. I want an SL1X, but I'm just going to shit on it. Like, it's a lot of money for a very little printer. And I would struggle to go... to me, Prusa selling resin printers is like Elegoo and Bamboo selling FDM printers. They exist. Yeah, it is the resin one. £1,500 for a tiny little printer. Why? Unless it's bigger. But still, that much money. Why? There we go. Heard anything about the SL1X? Free even. Imagine training an AI tool that only remixes your own artwork to fit a user's prompts. You own and operate the tool, and users pay. So there was one I used a while ago, because I shot a wedding. So I do a bit of amateur to, like, I say pro photography. I'm the guy people use to photograph weddings when they don't want to pay an actual photographer. Like, I cost a quarter the price, but I'm also, you know, a tenth the quality. Works well in my favour. But I did it a while ago, and I found a tool that I forget. And when I say a while, Christ, 2-3 years. I found a tool at the time where I uploaded all of the photos I'd previously edited, and because of that, it generated a style for me, and then applied that to my new models. Applied that to my new photos, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I like that. I don't mind Photon Workshop. It does all I need. Same. I've been using Photon Workshop. That's any cubic Photon Workshop. I've been using it with the P1. Absolutely fine. Oh, my print's got 1 hour and 11 minutes left. Hey. So there we go. That's it. Right, I am wrapping up now because it's 2:30. I haven't eaten. It was a good live stream. It's nice to see everyone and hang out and chat. There's a lot fewer people here than there was last year, which means you lots are more important. You're the better ones. You are. But no, in all seriousness, like, it just hasn't been a good year for printers, has it? Like, not in terms of resin, and that's what people come to me for. It hasn't been a wow year in printers. Not at all. So this is where we are. And that is, I know I do my lasers, I know I do my FDM. That's just to keep the algorithm going. I do enjoy it as well, and I want to help. Obviously, I hope it does help. But my focus is definitely on resin, and it just hasn't been a good year. That's a shit way to end a live stream, isn't it? Any more questions from anyone else? We've had a couple of videos that you would only get early access to if you're members. So we've had those to look through. Kurashan, you're allowed to love your Centauri Carbon. Just because other people are upset about the lack of colour changing before they've released the follow-up doesn't mean your printer is suddenly bad. It's a good printer. Yeah, I'm excited. Thank you. I'm excited for new products in 2026. I don't know that FDM printing's ever going to catch resin in detail. Like, you're talking even now 0.2 microns. I think maybe 0.15 at the finest, versus sorry, not microns, millimeters. So that would be 200 to 150 microns versus 20 and 30. Yeah. Thanks, Wirehead. You mentioned slicers. Are there any better ones than others? I don't think so. I think some slicers are better than others in other ways. Like, I find Chitubox has the fewest bugs because most printers use Chitubox, use Chitu Systems motherboards, so they are directly made one with the other. Lychee's better with supports and just general all-round features. Any cubic Photon Workshop is good for printing on any cubic machines. Satellite has a way to go. Eligo asked me to promote that earlier this year, and I'm like, I just can't. Yeah. Siegfried says, not to be annoying Ross, just check my terrain stuff in sizes. Most might fit a 250 bed. Some might need either splitting or a bigger bed. So the A1 is out. Is there a 350? The only 350 ones are the Creality K2 Plus and the upcoming Anycubic Saturn, the Anycubic S1 Max. I haven't used the S1 Max. They both do pretty much the same thing. They're both mid-tier brands. You might get a good one, you might get a bad one, you might get one that's good for a bit and then bad. I've had as many people tell me they're shit as people tell me they're great. You might have a bit of tinkering to do and a bit of maintenance to do to keep it operating. The one I had, the K2, check my review, the K2 Plus I had was absolutely solid in the time I used it for. I really liked the machine, but Creality have a bad rep. There we go. Is Elegoo water washable resin V2 a good resin for miniatures? No idea, mate. I've never used it. Again, I recommend the much more expensive Wargamer by Fohammer, and yes, that's 3D printed. But it's more expensive. Again, I keep saying, if we could make it cheaper, we would. We can't. CC Centauri Carbon with Chitty Systems chamber heater. I got a CC chamber heater, an amazing deal. Is that a CC Centauri Carbon? I'm not sure. I bought an Athena 2 after your videos arriving this month. I hope you enjoy the Athena. I hope more people enjoy the Athena. It's an evolving platform, but I have hope that they will continue to deliver. They're just not going to be as fast as everyone else, because everyone else has, you know, China workforces behind them. But what I do trust from this team is that they will continue to iterate and build off the platform they're building. So yeah, the Athena 2 might be the last printer you ever buy, and you just keep upgrading it. I'll have to Google one up. Good stream. Thanks for the info. Thanks for your time, guys. It's the time of the year when everyone is going to get a printer for Christmas, and printing will become more common. It is. It's not as big as last year, but we'll keep going. So, thanks, Wirehead. Hey guys, just heading out now. Hey Toom, I haven't seen you in a while. I'm really only familiar with Creality and Bamboo. Is there another brand that has a better, still the same-ish printer as the H line that are multicolored as well? Creality hasn't worked in the past. For that size, the only ones I've looked at are the upcoming S1 Max from Anycubic and the K2. So the S1 Max might be the only one. There's Chidi Tech, but
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Shut up, Siri.
Okay.
She's northern. But yeah, those are the only ones I know of. Will the Flashforge CJ270 full colour resin printer change the game entirely? Flashforge seems to low-key bring it up. I haven't seen the ham. I've never even heard of it. Flashforge CJ270. Oh no, that's a yeah, sorry. Yeah, I have asked them for one of those. The answer is yeah, it might. That might change the market. We'll see. Snow day, no busing today. Nice. Printing Christmas presents. Was Frozen at Form Next? Yep, they were. Nothing new. They've got the Arco there. Oh, thanks. I've used Wargamer for busts too, and I absolutely love it. Missed my chance to win an F2 Ultra UV from X-Tool. No money spent. No money to spend. 8k. Yeah. Sorry, mate. I'm gonna. That's a. That's an F2 Ultra UV right there. You can, if you've got any questions, drop them to me in comments under this video, not in the chat, and I'll try to get them answered in the review if that helps. But yeah, that's the next thing I want to get on with. Sorry, man. I already know I'm gonna love it. It's a UV and it's by X-Tool. There's one thing I want to know if it can do, but yeah. Right, why in God's name would they suddenly focus on FDM printing? Is the market there that much bigger? No, the markup is bigger. The amount of money you can earn from selling FDM printers is bigger. Yeah, they will likely go down in history unless they do something really quick that impresses people. They will likely go down in history as the brand who abandoned their lead in resin printing to spend 2 years making an FDM printer that is only relevant, that would have only been relevant 2 years ago. So, right, I've got to go, guys, because I've got to go and pick my kids up very shortly. Thank you so much for joining me on Black Friday. Always a pleasure to hang out with you wonderful people and just talk incessantly about random shit and yeah, go from there. So go buy printers, use my affiliate links, and just generally rock on, peace out, be excellent to each other. So until next time, which is actually in a few hours from now when I release my Prusa video, and these are, I've got 3 more. These are going to go Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then we're back to normal videos Tuesday with a laser review, another laser review, and a projector review. But yeah, so all next week we're going to have videos. So until 3 hours from now, cheers guys.